Test, test. Okay. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing this fine day? This fine Wuwa release day. I'm your host for today, Kane the Dragon. Just a small-time content creator and part-time voice actor here and there. So how are y'all doing? So for starters, we got 5 hours to kill until servers actually fully launch. So we might be chilling a little bit during we might be chilling a bit doing PGR stuff in the meanwhile, just until servers go live. As I'm not really the best at Japanese, and I don't think I could really entertain y'all just sitting here doing nothing. I don't really want to make use of like other videos and like do reacts to like people making videos, because that's kind of a whole drama farm situation with all Zeus. But starting though, we will probably go through a couple minutes just to go through Gion's Resonator showcase. I will also make a recording of that for YouTube as well, separate it from the actual main VOD of the stream. So there's that to pay attention to. But yeah. So we are in for a long haul. Who's excited? Nobody? Well, expected? I don't really imagine. But, well, it is what it is. So on and so forth. Yet-da-da. Bit-da-da. Then, plus I don't really think there's anything too interesting at the moment currently. At least if we were to react to other people. I mean, some of these videos look like they'd be pretty funny. Yeah. Oh, and the Dalko song dropped. Atte, I think, or Kajite Chiyatte ne. Lots of bait posts. Oh yeah, a Beatrix character introduction. I don't think I watched that. Well, not the English version or the JP version. Anything else particularly interesting? My feed. Not really. Not really. We could probably also react to Thea as well. We have time. We have lots and lots and lots of time. Maybe we'll just pop this over. Because something to do. And I guess we'll try to look for why not? Again. Excuse me. Sure they would have released a beta trailer over here. Or maybe not. They are pretty might have a person versus right. Yeah. That's the one on the probably actually. Here. So now we have a couple things to watch. So in the meanwhile, let me pause this quickly and we'll get started with the Gion Resonator Showcase. So give me a second. Start recording. Hello, YouTube frogs. How's everything going today? So today, I just noticed Wuwa also dropped yet another trailer. We got the Gion Resonator Showcase. So we are going to be watching that right now, just to see what we are yapping about here. So we'll start with the English as per usual, and then we'll go over to the Japanese after. But let's start. Gion Resonator Showcase. Okay. So I like how they're continuing off from the little mini podcast thingy, the other video that they had with the weight, with the water and stuff. Rising. I think that area specifically is from his story quest. I haven't really seen much again from like the DBT data.
Obsessions to be cut when they get in the way. In the name of Qinglong, return to the beyond!
Of course, typical Vanguard bangers, or maybe it's an in-house music theme that they have for this trailer.
It's over.
But nice trap, like a Chinese trap. Traditional like Chinese mixed with trap. Pretty typical what you see nowadays with gachas. The trend set from Hoyo and stuff.
As doctor, you failed to rescue.
Oh? Is this? Oh, yeah, Ganshulin. Or Geshulin, rather.
Ask yourself this, General Jian. Do you truly deserve your title?
I guess bro salty.
Listen! How will you answer their dying pleas? Look! Do you have an end for this eternal carnage? Save me! Help!
At least probably part of it is Geshulin being probably a little bit salty But most likely he's testing him to see if he has the resolve to take his position as part of the captain of the Midnight Rangers. Especially even though like he's already technically lost his position anyways, because the not General Jia, but rather Chairman Jia or something like that, already decided like, hey, this is gonna be the new guy, Dragon Bro.
You and I are no different. Two desperate souls, doomed to be forsaken.
GM, thanks.
No retreat! It's fight or die! Don't go. You can't save them.
GM, you should learn to give up.
Jian, let me help.
GM, we're here.
No, General Geshu. I was never forsaken. Through the darkest
And
of nights, my path remains true!
God, he's so cool. A lot of the characters who are pretty cool.
They're here! Reinforcements!
The rain has stopped. Rangers, follow my lead.
They're pretty nice. Nice, comfy, Resonator showcase. Showing Gion's resolve to take the position and responsibilities of Captain of the Midnight Rangers, come hell or high water, as they say. Now, Japanese. Good old Ono Yu. Let's see how this goes. Ono-san, Yuki Ono. The classic, the bro. Lancelot, Grand.
人は皆等しく執念を持つならば俺が立とう清流をもって次の道へ送り返す
Oh yeah, I also like the ink accents as well. That's pretty typical, like you see in lots of like classic Chinese stuff. I don't know if it's like a wuxia thing, if I remember correctly or not. But hey, thanks for the follow, Emma Rouge. Hi, or Emma Rogue. Hi, how's everything? How you doing? Yeah, I'm a big fan of like the whole ink as well, ink blots. Of classic like Chinese wuxia. But yeah, we're chilling. Got a lot of time to kill, so. Right now we're just going through the Gion Resonator Showcase. Watching in English. We just did it, the English one, and now we're just going through the Japanese. I can't name him off the top of my head. The Japanese voice actor for Geshuden. I'm pretty sure it's one that I've heard before. It's just probably not one of his typical. Not one of the actor's typical deep, well, inflection rather. But Oh, we'll find out probably eventually. Especially if he ever becomes a playable character.
そう所詮お前も同じだ一人消える運命にある
So though, his voice is actually quite deeper than I imagined it'd be in Japanese.
一歩たりとも引くな撤退は許されない
Where it's a pretty typical standard range, where the voice actor the gap Gashi than in English.
この戦場には共に歩む仲間が
Midnight Rangers.
長き夜と共に歩むことに悔いなどない
I also kind of like that effect that they actually used here with the tacit discord fading into water. That's actually a pretty nice effect. Really mixes well with the whole theme and stuff, especially as it was still raining and stuff, and now
全軍
not raining
俺に
anymore.
続け
Overall, a pretty solid trailer. Pretty solid. So that is where we're stopping for the YouTube frogs. So everyone on YouTube who is going to be watching this video, glad for you to come on by and see me. But we will continue this onward. If you ever happen to see this within the next 30 minutes to 3 hours or so, I am live for 24 hours streaming streaming Withering Waves to celebrate the release. So any YouTube frogs that see this, I hope to see you here. Thanks and bye bye. Okay, so that is that for that. Just give me a couple seconds to set that up to upload. I'd rather get that sooner out than later. Upload. Window. Agent. Upload. Waves. Creator. Archetype. Voice acting. Putting out 9. Showcase reaction for Yan. Currently live stream is 25. Live stream to celebrate the in here on YouTube or at twitch.tv /Kane. Okay, that's that. No age restriction. Next for now. Publicly. And let that do its thing. Now let's go back over to here. And now let's do our reaction to the Grand Blue Rising Beatrix guide, because again we still have 4 hours and 3/4 4 and 3/4 of hours till servers go live, so we have a lot of time to kill. A lot of time to kill. Let's see. So I guess we'll stay in the category again, just farm, I guess. But let's take a look at this. We'll also do this as a separate recording video for my channel. So starting recording in 3, 2, 1. Oh, actually, hold on. Pause that. Now we're starting the recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello there, everyone. Kane the Dragon here, your local content creator and part-time voice actor. Just doing today quick reaction to the Beatrix character guide for Grand Blue vs. Rising. We're gonna be going through the English and the Japanese trailers today. So let's see how Bea is looking in Grand Blue Rising. Got a little intro here. Beatrix.
This next one could be a suicide mission,
Eustace.
but you've survived worse. Welcome back to the field, Beatrix. You are a society operative with a knack for finding trouble and then turning it to your advantage. Draw power from the Embrasked sword and kick any sorry ass that gets in your way. Delta
Wow.
Clock.
Already dropping a curse.
Delta Clock
30
is
seconds
permanently
in.
active when your life is down to
I don't know
30%.
about how that's gonna work with my
And when active,
with
landing
YouTube,
heavy
but
skills will slow your target
eh.
temporarily. This gives you
I'm not even
access to nearly
monetized on
impossible
YouTube, so
combo routes.
it's not like it matters too much.
Easier than shooting fish in a barrel. But don't forget, Agent. Your Delta Clock has a recharge timer. It won't work while on cooldown.
駆け上がるグランブルースカイ眩しい光も笑っても長子でも
Your unique action is a
Command grab.
Command grab.
Fun.
You'll take damage and maybe give yourself a headache, but it activates Delta Clock when you land it, no matter your current health. Unlike regular throws, there's no breaking out of this technique, so use it to ruin a block heavy throws today. It's one of your many tools to crush their defenses and take the initiative.
My voice.
Star Chaser fires a projectile
Sorry.
with a slash of your sword.
I'm just vibing to her theme.
Sea Agent
God, I
always
love
have to fight in the
Bride.
face.
It's a really good theme. It's a very
Features a
good
brief
banger.
delay before firing. Use this to your advantage by following the energy
But yeah,
wave.
overall looks like she's doing pretty good. She has some
Don't
enemy
expect this version to
content
win any
stuff,
projectile wars.
as well as I guess mid-range gameplay
Launches a
as well,
fast multi-hit projectile.
to like keep up
You'll
pressure.
retain advantage on block. Use it to maintain pressure or extend a corner combo. If Delta Clock is active, use the slowdown to chain it into a mid-screen combo instead.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Ultimate features the farthest reach, traveling all the way to the corner. It knocks down on hit, giving you a window to close the distance. That's right, fight on your own terms.
Also interesting. So
Imbrask Sword.
it looks like it doesn't completely
Imbrask
cancel out
Sword is an upward slash.
Grand's Regan Lave, and it looks like it has
Like
priority
Black Season,
over Regan
but
Lave.
landing a hit
Interesting.
at the correct height could lead to a follow-up. Medium activates slower, but makes up for it with invincibility frames on startup. It's handy as a reversal, or just to keep them guessing. Heavy is invincible and faster than medium. And if Delta Clock is active, you can chase this anti-air maneuver with the combo. Ultimate is invincible and ends with a knockdown. Nothing else says back off quite like this little number. Turn those tables, Agent. Thunderbird. Thunderbird is a swift leap and dive maneuver. Startup is quick, and it pushes your target back. Use it as a combo ender. Medium doesn't have a hitbox during the leap, but it jumps higher than light. Predict your target's pokes or projectiles, leap over their flimsy assault, and close in for the kill. Even if they manage to block it, you'll still hold the advantage.
Nice. So that's probably gonna be like one of their
Heavy leaps high, and advances even
bread and
further.
butter gap closers, I guess,
Better
as
yet,
well as just
medium in the face on the
pretty
way
good
up,
pressure.
making this move a nasty
Second combo,
extender,
yeah.
especially in the corner. And as always, our good friend Delta Clock gives you a deadly follow-up option from mid-screen. Ultimate travels far and comes loaded with damage. It's great for ending big combos or making a bold approach. Doesn't matter if it gets blocked, you'll still retain advantage. Riding Free. Riding Free is a crouching lunge. It
Yeah,
hits
it's-
low, letting
that's
you
the
gain ground
anti-air,
while
but
slinking in
yeah.
for the kill. While lunging,
Well,
your
it could
hurt
work
box
as an
lowers, so weave under
anti-air,
their
but
pokes for a
probably
counter
not,
assault of your
because that
own.
looks like that hairbox is, yeah, pretty small.
Riding Free also comes with a special follow-up. Just press R1. If you land the initial hit, be sure to maximize your damage with the follow-up. Medium travels far and fast. On counter, you can even convert it into a combo. It can't be punished on block, which means this is your check to get in for free. So cash it. Finally, like light, medium also comes with a follow-up. Heavy is a multi-hitting lunge. Its follow-up attack leads to a wall bounce. Corner carry goes a long way toward optimizing your damage, so follow suit.
Woo!
But when Delta
Yeesh.
Clock is active, you can extend
Them
your combo with
combos.
mid-screen. No corner necessary. Ultimate comes out fast and travels far, but the follow-up attack is automatic and mandatory. You'll be crouching for the entire length of the lunge, making this maneuver one of your strongest
Oh, that's
infiltration
actually
options.
pretty good.
On hit, you'll drive them forward, which leads to a combo if you can get them all the way to the corner. Immortal Assault.
Of course, her SBA.
Immortal Assault is an invincible flourish of the Imbrask Sword. Damage is higher when you land the initial hit, so use it as a reversal or combo ender. That's an order.
And then
Savior Unleashed.
SSBA.
Savior Unleashed is your most lethal technique. Invincible on startup, summon all of your death-defying might and show them why we call you Undying Blue. It's a great reversal, and an even better way to finish a combo, along with the lives of any unsuspecting assailants. So what have we learned, Agent?
Thesis
You've got a
dialogue.
skill that takes the high ground, and one that takes the low, giving you rushdown options to open them up from any angle. Then, once you're in, secure the perimeter by activating your Delta Clock and slowing your target, assuring a swift victory. Permission to get reckless. Granted.
Granted. Premium avatar included. Okay, so that was a fun little thing there. Now let's look at the Japanese version. And let's hear Japanese Eustace Yap.
This one could be a suicide
Oh,
mission.
wait. Still English again? Is this the only one? I guess they just published it in English only. Oh. Yep. Looks like they did. So, I guess that's not going on. So, we will end the YouTube video there. So, thanks again for all the YouTube frogs that have stopped on by. And I hope y'all have another good one. Bye-bye. どんな逆でも眩しい光に染まる Oh yeah, I forgot they were adding this. I don't know if that's part of Battle Pass or what, but Arisa from Shadowverse. Specifically the OG Shadowverse, not the Yu-Gi-Oh style Shadowverse. Couple interesting stuff over there. But looks like we're pretty much done with what I wanted to watch as far as like YouTube is concerned. So let me just work on uploading this other video as well. Blue Fantasy versus Rising. Case reaction. Here. Just open what's fresh with versus Rising. There. I guess. Thank you. And have a good one. Probably maybe go back time or not, who knows. Okay, so yeah, we got through basically most of what we wanted to do with YouTube. About to get to 100. Okay, processing will begin shortly. There. So there really isn't anything else I wanna take a look at. I mean, not really interested in watching Techie and smack you up as much as it'd be funny for content. It's just rather not deal with that. Question. Oh yeah, I still have none subbed to Game Explain. Okay, that's to look forward to. Don't really think there's anything interesting happening. So, we still got 4.5 hours, roughly, before servers go live. So, there are things I do want to catch up in Punishing Grey Raven. So, we will be working through that. Over the next couple hours. So just give me a bit to launch the game. That. Sure. Yes, promoted Durigon. Ranking review. Nobody was even close. So... Oh yeah, I still haven't done... finished my dorm stuff actually. Now that I think about it. I missed the head pats earlier because... waiting for... Oh! Hello, thanks for the follow. Allison, how you doing? Just got chilling around and punishing for a while. As we still got quite a few hours before servers launch in Wuwa. And then we'll go through the rest. Ooh. Is at 132nd. Fun. So let's give 21 the head pats that she rightfully deserves. Yep, as well. And now 21. Daily head pat. Okay, I don't think there's. I won't bother with going through all that stuff. But missions accomplished. Nice. Items. That. And that. And I guess more people in the guild did the thingy. Yes, they did. There. Okay, looks like that's everything so far there. Did all my dailies for today. Did yep. So, we got a lot of time. So, one way to kill that time is story. Story that I'm still trying to catch up on. Would like to do 24 now, but that's not the correct order of things because what's supposed to be next is actually Floating Reverie, Han Ying's patch. Looks like it's also gonna be probably somewhat short for the most part. Comparatively to Chaos and Snarled. So, I guess let's take a look at what went on with Hanying. Her shape. 4-1. Even amidst the teeming crowd, the drumstick and dual clappers in the storyteller's hands stand out with startling clarity. Would you like a cup of tea? Nestled against a grey tile wall, the stall beckons with its warmly lit lantern. Light, a blend of soft yellow and vibrant red, illuminates the big word written on it, tea. In the vibrant tapestry of a night market during this season, it is wise to savor the tea last. It serves as a refreshing finale, cleansing a stuffed stomach and ensuring that one does not carry the lingering aroma of the market food upon returning home. The stall waiter does not wallow in rejection. Instead, he swiftly redirects his energy, darting toward the other pedestrians meandering by. Grab something to eat, hawthorn berries, or snacks. AI29X536, I wonder what that's about. I haven't made up my mind yet. Aw, it's Yo-Yo. Small pullout before she became a construct. Take your time, the night is still young. You can think about it when taking a look around. We're only at the entrance of the market. There's much more waiting for you inside. You seem to know this place really well. Yeah, I know everything about this market. What each stall sells, where to find the tastiest food, and even the names of the stall owners. Let's go further inside. The night is still young. Fresh tongue hulu here. Fresh flowers here. Is the street always this bustling after the shows every night? The dance troupe is located at the very south end of the street. After the performances conclude, everyone here, whether as a dancer or an audience member, becomes a diner once they set foot in this alley. Only the most seasoned and nostalgic patrons know that the true charm of heading straight to the tea stall after the performance. They savor the tea, indulge in a few snacks, listen to tales, and then head home, their hearts and stomachs equally satiated. By the next morning, the street finally succumbs to the tranquility, yet as the afternoon rolls in, the vibrant energy returns with people gathering once more. As 6 o'clock approaches, the crowd starts to disperse, some heading toward the night market, while others return home. It's a bit tiring, but also very fun. That's the spirit. Miss Gongsun, the sword dance instructor, is known for her strictness, but her sword dance is second to none in the city. Got it, I'll do my best to learn from her. Isn't this... what a rare sight in the night market. Nice to see you. I came with my little sister to kill some time. I'm hearing good news about your troupe, and it looks like your sister is lighting up the stage just like you. Unless there's something to be said for city life over ship life, eh? Just so you know, that offer I made before still stands. I'll pay you twice as much if you ever feel like switching jobs. That's really not needed. I'm quite happy with how things are at the moment, but we do appreciate your generous offer, thank you. The rotund man manages to laugh, a pipe cradled in his hand. He gestures toward the interior of the stall, prompting a waiter to swiftly emerge, a bag of delicacies in hand. Here, I've got some appetizers from Six Hearts and dim sum from Paishlin. Take them back home. Don't have a kid going hungry at this age, eh? You're planning on staying the night at the market a little bit longer, aren't you? These would also make a nice breakfast for tomorrow morning. Well, at the night market, rather. We can't take them for free. Don't be shy now. Take these. They didn't set me back much. It's okay, but don't forget. Thank you. Isn't she a sweetheart? Alright, I won't keep you two any longer. I've got more prep to do. It's a bustling night in town. The man gives a wave, his sizable belly nudging the greenish-grey curtain in front of him. He then disappears into the stall right after. Look, sis, it's a huge bag of food. This one, they're wrapped in lotus leaves. It smells amazing. The one wrapped in lotus leaves. Let's save these for tomorrow morning. Why? The food won't taste as good if we eat it too late. 'Cause we are staying for the night market tonight, and then we can enjoy all the food together tomorrow morning. Sugar painting. The hustle and bustle of this narrow alley extend all the way to the end, nestled amidst the spectacular nocturnal view of Kowloon. The night is still young. Hello there, would you like some sugar paintings? Our maple and malt syrups are freshly made. We have animals, plants, and some story characters. Take a look and see which one you like. There are so many options. I just can't decide. Pick whichever one you like. I'll take this. This one had just been painted. It's 2 grubs. Let me pack it up for you. 2 grubs? Takes out 2 grubs from the pocket. But where did you go? The sugar painting she took away is indeed nowhere to be seen at the stall anymore. Not far from here, she is walking between a man and a woman, her back turned this way. Does the sugar painting taste sweet? Daddy wants a bite too. What's your age, huh? You shouldn't be snatching food from a little kid. Miss, is this yours? Villiers NPC art. I guess these are just random NPCs then, rather than Yo-Yo and so on. Especially considering that Villiers would never be that nice! The voice belongs to a handsome young man, with another person standing beside him. They seem extraordinarily close. The thing on my neck, it's gone. Is this yours? The young man repeats his words, this time with a softer tone. A fan? However, the hand fan reveals nothing but pure blankness. I believe this is what you dropped earlier. Keep it well this time. Mechanoid. Okay, maybe that is indeed Villiers. How long isn't restraining your freedom, even providing shelter for you, and your way of showing gratitude is by scattering your things all around? The young man shakes his head, pointing toward the distance for the person standing next to him. Washu, let's go. There's more over there that you haven't seen. Washu. The figure next to the young man follows him away. Mom, take this. You don't want to eat it anymore? 'Cause it's really sweet, and this, Dad can have it. Oh, the sugar is melting. So sweet. The child, accompanied by her parents. Go, join them. Life must feel very happy living with your own parents like this. Yeah, go join them. Go, join them. And data fragments. Data fragmenting her memory module. Would you like a cup of tea? Nestled against a great high wall, the stall beckons with its warmly lit lantern. The light, a blend of soft yellow and vibrant red, illuminates a big word written on it. Tea. Grab something to eat, hawthorn berries or snacks. Hey, Nanami! Hawthorn berries are those sweet and sour fruits, right? I'll have some. So, they're put together on a bamboo skewer like this. Let's see. Yes! Home run, you wanna try some? A question never heard. Try some? Wanna try some? The girl picks a tanghulu from the dessert stand next to the tea stall and eagerly takes a bite. Whoa! What a bizarrely sour taste! Definitely one of the top 3 sour sweets I've ever had! Wait, this never happened before. We never buy a tanghulu here. We will get a bag of food, grab some night snacks, and then buy a sugar painting with 2 grubs. But it's not bad to have something sour once in a while. You'll never know unless you give it a try. Or does your friend prefer something sweet? Friend? Right, your friend, because you seem to have been waiting for someone. Nanami too once waited for her friends in a place so far away they couldn't even reach her. It felt very lonely. So, when I saw you, I couldn't resist coming over to talk to you. Oops, I should have told you this earlier. Please don't be mad at Nanami. It's okay. Lonely. Or, to say, real. Where did the real feeling come from? Nanami, is that your name? Bingo! Nanami is Nanami! What's your name? My name? You're just a tool, and this simulated AI right now is just a test. You don't need a name. Don't need a name? But you can't live without a name. Can't live without a name. That's your name. Belongs to you and no one else. My name. A name like Nanami. Nanami, did you find your friends? Well, since they couldn't come over, Nanami drove a huge robot and went to look for them. Went to look for them? No, this is not real. A warm sensation emanates from the tips of fingers. The gray-haired girl holds my hand. Let's go there. Is there real? What is real? Find her. After finding Mom and Dad, let's go for... Look for... Beyond the program. Beyond the command. I am heartless. My heart. She awaits on the other side amidst the crowd. The people next to that figure are long gone, leaving the figure alone. Sorry. Yo-yo. Okay. Next. Her name. Yes, it belongs to you and no one else. Han Ying. Every member of the Church of Machina has their own dedicated room. For example, Haikma's room is relatively simple, yet filled with all kinds of manga books. None of his influence. On the other hand, Cervantes' room is cluttered with a plethora of art tools, which are covered in dust due to the long absence of their owner. However, among all the members, Xavier has the biggest room. Under the vast 10-meter-high ceiling, countless shelves stand in line, accompanied by an array of machines and laboratory equipment designed for every facet of production, processing, and maintenance. Of course, technically, this space should be considered a shared lab of the church. However, from the very beginning, Xavier has been the only one willing to spend every day here. Xavier's Magic Workshop. That was Nanami's comment on this room, and in response, Xavier even ordered a sign to hang on the door. That's cute. As the sage requests. Good morning. Cervantes, your painting board, the one you wanted the scanner added to, is all set. It's over there. Grab it yourself. So that's Xavier, magician. Is a magician a tart? I don't think so. So it's probably... I don't know if he's Hierophant. But well, I guess one of... His code name is being called Magician, but I don't know. I don't know if Magician is technically part of the Arcarum or not. Thanks. Are you reading? Gong 36 instruction set. By the end of Shuhai Gate, all the compilation structures are seen as... Are you following this? Feels like I'm reading an alien language. Sorry, I don't know much about it either. For all the places you've been to, shame on you. Angry face. Traveling there doesn't mean I have to understand its language and technologies. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. A general introduction to the art of Kowloon programming. Why are you reading this? It could be useful one day. Moreover... You mean her? Yeah, she's been here since the church was established. To some degree, she's indeed a witness to the tumultuous ebb and flow that the church has experienced. A mechanoid storage pod is positioned at the loftiest point in Xavier's workshop. She wasn't always set in such an elevated, inaccessible location. However, after countless unsuccessful attempts, the church was left with no choice but to let her continue her slumber. So, interesting. So then, Chariot has been around for a while, because Chariot was the one that recruited Hikma. I mean, not Hikma, Hanning, rather. The old Chariot, not Trailblazer. I've been picking up some subtle self-check signals since Sage met her. I'm thinking she may wake herself up one day. Do you know that the look on your face is like... Like what? Like a doctor filled with a mix of frustration, curiosity, and excitement, who faces an unconscious patient afflicted with a rare disease. No one has ever described my facial expression that way. I'll keep note of it. Hey, figure gods. I like him. He's fun. But, has she talked like this before? Talk? It's a storage pod at the highest place, right? Listen carefully. This is the first time we've detected such an activity signal, and the coding system is compatible with ours. This should be her voice. Ladder. Move the ladder over. I need to check the indexes. Power it up, quickly. Wait, don't touch anything. I'll handle this. You go find someone to help move her down. Okay. Voice recording ends. Instruction. Shin 55. 2 Ren 07. Missing. Skip. Skip missing instructions. Loading visual module. Hi, bonjour. Ni hao. Can you hear me? With his mechanical arm, Xavier gently pats the translucent glass pod, long blanketed in a thick layer of dust. Yet the mechanoid in the pod can only make a futile attempt to open her mouth, as if she has forgotten how to speak and cannot produce any sound. The language system hasn't fully been activated. Let me see. How about this? I'm linking your memory shell signal to our self-compiling system. This way, we can communicate without needing a language or sound system. Give it another try. Yo-yo, who are you? Where am I? Good! Awesome! Sage did awaken you. My name's Xavier, and we're at the Church of Machina. What's the Church of Machina? Is this another dream? Dream? Is the environmental perception not completed yet? I need to give some parameters another tweak. Yo-yo. Huh? My name is not Yo-Yo. I'm Xavier. Why do I feel like something's off with the cognitive module as well? Hey Xavier, what are you doing up there? The already cluttered workshop becomes even more crowded with the sudden arrival of several mechanoids. Cervantes is forced to compact himself to make room for the bulky Death and Chariot. Spooner and Trailblazer. Compared to the bulk of Trailblazer and Spooner, Cervantes boasts a much more slender body. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, Xavier is up on almost an 8-meter high ladder, carefully inspecting the topmost level of the shelf. I could only find Spooner and Blaze, so I asked them to accompany me. Arcana is on the way here and should arrive shortly. Zero and Emperor are currently not in the church. Xavier, it's getting too cramped in here. Can we talk in the hall? Ahem. My hat, Blaze. Could you tuck your rear wings in? Sorry, Cervantes. Cervantes retrieves his hat, which was knocked off by Trailblazer, and firmly presses it back onto his head to prevent it from being dislodged again. I heard from Cervantes that a new member woke up. Oh, sorry, Xavier. I didn't mean to do that. Conscious of the limited space, Spooner tries to reposition himself at a more accommodating angle. However, the sound of a device shattering underfoot interrupts his maneuver. Forget about it. You two arrived just in time. Come and give me a hand. Xavier slides down the ladder to the ground, pushing aside the piled up devices to make room for the storage pod. He then gestures toward the highest shelf level, indicating for the two to head over there. Bring that down. All my maintenance tools are on the floor, and I can't get them up there. I need to do another check on her. Right here. I'm not sure we'll have enough space if we bring that down. It should just be enough, I think. Is she the member who Gear brought back a long time ago? Oh, wait, no, not Gear. Or, actually, no, wait, no. I think Gear was, yeah, Gear definitely was the previous chariot. That's right. Thanks to the revelation of Sage, she finally woke up. And of course, thanks to a new member. Trailblazer suddenly raises his voice and leaps into the air with excitement, floating next to the shelf. And as an expected result, the gust of air from his engine once again sends Cervantes' hat tumbling to the ground. My, why did you get so worked up? Of course I would get worked up, just think about it. How long has it been since we last had a new member join us? It's a great thing, worth celebrating. Hey, be careful, that's made of glass. Spooner, hurry up and help him. Blaze isn't cut out for delicate work. Then, sorry about this. Despite Spooner's best efforts to tread carefully, the sound of shattering devices still echoes across the room with each step he takes toward the shelf. Yet, to Xavier, these appear trivial matters unworthy of his attention, as he seems to be just as excited as Trailblazer. Spooner leans against the ladder, providing solid support from beneath the pod, while Trailblazer, floating in the air, carefully lifts the pod from above, lowering it step by step. As the dull thud of the glass pod touching down on the ground continues to resonate in the room, Xavier eagerly wipes the small window with a towel. Human! Don't talk nonsense, Blaze. Outfit, Kowloon. You've been to Kowloon? No, I haven't. I've just heard some stories about that place. Hey, can you see us? Xavier waves his hand toward her, and through the hazy glass he sees her eyes and lips quiver, yet no sound comes from her. It seems the visual module is working fine. The vocal module is still loading. For a Kowloon product like this, I might need to do some further tweaking on its interface protocol to enhance compatibility. Xavier pulls a few cables from the countless piles scattered on the floor, connecting them to the pod. He then walks away, heading toward the shelves at the back, muttering something under his breath. Hey, Xavier. I need to find something. I remember that gear brought some replacement parts with her. About this lady. Why have I never heard of her? Xavier should have mentioned to you about a comrade who has been unable to wake up. Huh? Has he? You have to stop drinking engine oil, or you lose all your memory data. I didn't learn about her from Xavier, but Arcana and Sage. A few days ago, when Sage returned for a resupply, both Arcana and Sage approached Xavier. They were discussing something about Sage checking on a comrade who had been asleep for a long time, and I just happened to be passing by that day. She's one of the first comrades that gear brought back, but despite all our attempts, we couldn't wake her up. Having said that, Cervantes shifts his gaze away from the storage pod on the ground and lets out a quiet sigh. Good work, everyone. Xavier, you did well. When Xavier emerges from the depths of the shelves, he carries the large wooden crate in his hands. At the same time, Arcana walks into the workshop and approaches Han Ying. Thanks to Sage's guidance, you have finally awakened. Time has not managed to dust her soul. Arcana gently places her hand on the pod, her gaze focused on the figure within, seemingly oblivious to the dust that dances in the air around her. The indices are improving, and the vocal module has also completed loading. I'm going to open the pod, alright? Do we need to move away? Absolutely not. Do you think this is some retro sci-fi flick where mist comes out, pouring out the moment the hatch opens? Please! We've been using high-tech protective gases since, like, forever. Xavier? All set. I like him. He's great. He's great. He's just a chill dude. Chill robot bro. Xavier suddenly adopts an overly dramatic expression. Then, with a thrill that exceeds anyone else, he eagerly presses the button. As the glass hatch gradually opens, her suspended time begins to flow once more. She finds herself surrounded by mechanoids of various shapes and forms, a spectacle that would never be witnessed on the Niter. Welcome. Arcana's smile is as warm as ever, radiating a heartfelt welcome to the awakening comrade. May I know your name? Name? Then that will be your name, miss. It belongs to you and no one else. Han Ying. My name is Han Ying. Abundantly, the millet flourishes, sprouting grains anew. I tread softly, distancing, my heart begins to sigh. Those who perceive me yield a sorrowful decree, while the ones oblivious query what it is I seek. O heavens, so vast and high peak, who shall be responsible for this? Milady, Lady True, I'm here. The street lamp projects a silhouette on the bench, and the owner of this shadow casts a longing gaze upon the river ahead. The flowing water, in turn, ushers the depths of the night downstream, far beyond the city's confines. What's the time? Just after 12 o'clock. By Gui. Okay, tell me about it. Her gaze stays unbroken as though she were talking with the river itself. The medic outside has reported that the condition of the Fushi member, the one you instructed him to attend to earlier, is unfortunately not very promising. He's concerned about things getting rushed and potentially incurring your disapproval, so he opts to relay the message ahead of time. By Gui, do you know what is this place? The completely unrelated question catches Bai Gui off guard. I've heard about it from the Suani scholars. This place is the birthplace of the city of Kowloon. From here, Kowloon was built, piece by piece, extending all the way to the ocean along the river. Unsure of Chu's intentions, Bai Gui still responds to her question, maintaining a respectful posture with her head bowed. The Suani scholars, only the heavens know how many times they peruse the mounting pile of records and journals in the archive. For the erudite, delving into history is an obligatory path, while describing history is their glorified noble calling. They only know how to grasp tightly at history, but refuse to lift their gaze even once, like fish living in the stagnant waters of historical records. Yet, this ancient river has already carved its path through this land before Kowloon was even named Kowloon. Nothing can alter it. Not Kowloon, not even the punishing virus. Rising from the bench, Chu falls into a quiet contemplation as she faces the river. It is only now that Bai Gui notices several aged antique books on the bench where Chu was sitting. Have you handled everything up there? You mean... I want to go there. Hey, thanks for the follow, Melanie. How you doing? Still got some time. 4 hours before servers go live. So we're just chilling in PGR for a moment. While I'm catching up on the story. I want to go there and take a look. Is that one still alive? Yes, that's for sure, but I see. I'll go get things ready. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Bai Gui complies with Chu's request. His figure soon vanishes into the Kowloon night, accompanied by a light blue wave of air. In light orange shade, judge or commend, I must pursue my mission till the end. The lingering voice of the green figure dissipates within the river breeze. The pages of a book, seemingly immune to the wind, turn over to reveal a new chapter. But 1 step, 2 steps, from losing balance to regaining balance. The ruler of Kowloon is not permitted to lose her composure, yet every sense, every receptor within her was echoing loudly, transmitting a signal labeled real to her mind. Everything can't be more familiar, yet every time she returns here, she feels as though she's losing control of her own body. The same goes for the city. Following that battle, all members of the Kowloon crew retreated back to the observatory within Kowloon, severing nearly all connections with the outside world. The remaining Kowloon crew members who are still stationed in the city and have yet to enter Tabula Akasha consists of a few Fushi members responsible for maintaining and a handful of medics. Well, responsible for maintenance and a handful of medics. In total, their number is just a few dozen. For them, Kowloon and the Tabula Akasha mean everything in their life. Lady Chu, Hung-ji, who has been awaiting Chu at the encampment, makes a move to greet her upon her arrival, but is quickly halted. There is no need. Hung-ji straightens his slightly hunched back, attempting to conceal the signs of his aging posture. Aging, an inevitable fate that every Kowloon crew member stationed within the city must eventually face. Even though the Fushi crew had adapted to the mainstream construct technology from the outside world after the Battle of Kowloon, their age and physical condition are no longer conducive to any construct reconstruction. When the appropriate time comes, you should prioritize backing up your data as soon as possible. I updated my data backup last month, but it hasn't been uploaded to Tabula Akasha yet. I've been considering backing up everyone's data here and uploading them all together. Time's running out. Be quick. By the way, after Bai Gui delivered a message, Kong-ju requested a private meeting with you. Or Song-ju, I guess. I don't know. It's fine. Okay. Chu pushes open the door, which wasn't fully closed to begin with, and finds the Fushi member known as Song-ju quietly lying in bed. Chu, how are you? Still alive, but I only have a few days left. It's likely due to multiple organ failures. They should have a detailed diagnosis. Knowing that my death is imminent is enough for me. I don't wish to delve into the specifics of how I will die. You still have the choice not to die. Tabula Akasha. Huh! His throat rattles as he forces out a dry chuckle. Death is death. I have no desire to resist it and become some cyber ghost. I've lived long enough. This is your choice, but still, my promise will always stand. Ah, speaking of promises, if it wasn't for the promise you made, perhaps I wouldn't have lived long enough to even have this choice. Let the past be the past, Kong-ju. Don't call me Kong-ju. My name is always Richard. You still consider yourself a member of the Cradle to this day? Perhaps on the day when Villiers destroyed the organization, the Cradle had already died. But the real Cradle that lives in my heart has never ceased to exist. Okay, this is interesting. Talking about Cradle now? I wonder what a certain character named Cradle might have to do with this, if she could possibly be involved. The pursuit of freedom and technology and information and the creation of a new world have always remained constants in my mind, so for me, it is the real Cradle. But not everyone in that organization shares the same beliefs as you do. That's why the Cradle was corrupted by Yin and became involved in the assassination attempt against us. Yes, perhaps the code that invaded the Musashi at that time also contained the peace of mind that was left in the Cradle. You were taken in by Villiers before that. Richard, your dream died the moment you joined the Chaofeng crew and later became a member of the Fushi. Huh, you're right. If I were the person I was at the very beginning, I would have never allowed you to take me in. Nor would I have delivered the message about that revenge to the Niter. Even though I'm working for the KCC nowadays, I'm still acting based on my own visions and beliefs. Villiers did indeed destroy our organization, and for this he shall brace himself for the price of retribution. All I did was offer a gentle warning. Their eyes were blinded by hatred. Failure was inevitable. So what now? You want to execute me for treason? The old Fushi member taunts Chu with a mocking tone, as if he were still the youthful man he was decades ago. That's the Beyond Crew's job. I don't think they would agree to give a death sentence to someone who's on the verge of dying. A death sentence is actually not bad, don't you think? Better than dying this way, at least. Having said that, Richard retrieves a terminal from the cabinet beside him and hands it to Chu. What's this? Everything about the Cradle is stored in here, past and present, including that assassination targeting Villiers on the Niter as well as the whereabouts of those involved. But I doubt its authenticity. You should doubt its exclusiveness. You should be glad that Beyond didn't come with me. Like I said before, I don't fear death. Everything I once loved has vanished with the passage of time. There's nothing left for me to fear now. After these many years, I've only realized one thing. Time channels all the possibilities toward the same endpoint, although some prefer to attribute this to fate. Everyone has their own endpoint, it's all the same. Okay, interesting. Next part, another home. Back to the church. Tell me, what flavor of engine oil would you typically prefer in Kowloon? Engine oil? No, we usually don't drink that. It's either some other drinks or tea. I see. Lift your hand. Lift your left hand. Tea? What tea? A drink obtained by soaking plant leaves in water. Of course, I know what tea is. What kind of flavor? You see, I don't have a taste module. Speaking of the devil, I should get one someday. Starts out with a bitter flavor, gradually giving way to a subtle, sweet undertone. Alright, I heard you guys have 4 ways to write a simulation state machine. Is that true? A simulation state machine is... It's a thing used to adjust the simulation level by judging the external states. That said, Xavier even taps his head with a wrench he's holding, creating a resonating clank. Every high simulation design like you has one stored right here. Sorry, I don't know much about this field. Wait, this kind of component can be replaced by a cheaper one, right? I think it has an extension hub. How about giving Mr. Handy a shot? Sure, it's a bit aged, but it does the job just fine. Now, it might not rival the quality of the original Kowloon piece, but its versatility makes it a solid choice. Using his makeshift work arm, Xavier hoists another multi-purpose mechanical arm, presenting it to Han Ying. Even as he showcases his latest creation to Han Ying, Xavier never lets his ongoing work miss a beat. This is the famous Mr. Handy. What do you think? Wanna give it a try? Just as Xavier finishes his sentence, the mechanical arm suspended in the air abruptly extends, morphing into 5 distinct firearms. It's capable of unleashing rapid thermal ion shocks and deploying positronic acceleration cannons. It's very cool indeed, but I don't think it suits me. Not your style? No worries. Remember, if you ever have a change of heart, you're always welcome back. Okay. The mechanical arm in front of her promptly retracts while Xavier remains engrossed in his final inspection of Han Ying. In those initial days, her desperation to return to Kowloon was so acute that she contemplated embarking on a journey even before the completion of the repairs to her damaged frame. Most strikingly, for a moment, she grappled with the notion that she was in the company of mechanoids possessing a heart and a soul. She even questioned whether she was still ensnared in a dream. But when Arcana managed to soothe her frayed nerves and filled her in about the Sage Machina and the grey-haired girl she met in a dream, she found herself with no alternative but to accept the reality. Xavier, too, concurred that, considering the state of her frame at the time, there was a high probability that Han Ying would not even make it halfway through her return journey before being irreversibly scrapped due to a catastrophic malfunction. And the Church of Machina would never let such a fate befall any comrade that it has taken under its wing. Damn it, another instruction set full of Kowloon characters. I don't have much Kowloon mechanoid data. But this will not stop the omnipotent Xavier. You may cast doubt upon any tale in the world, but casting doubt upon Xavier, that's certainly not an option. Xavier, in a characteristic quirk, scratches his non-existent chin, all the while wearing an unusually excited expression on his features. Man, I really like him. He's great. Completed! Like this, I ended up using all the parts that came from Kowloon with you. Now you're running way better than your original frame. A faint figure mirrored on the glass represents everything she has now. Thank you, Xavier. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. You and everyone else in the church have helped me a lot during these days. Hey, no sweat. Helping a comrade out is just part of the gig. I mean, come on, I'm Xavier. Xavier straightens his back, radiating an air of pride. Are these replacement parts? Send along with me. Yep, the box is still over there. Following the line of Xavier's pointed finger, there sits an old wooden crate, clearly out of place in the workshop, not far from the maintenance bench. Oh, I almost forgot. This should be yours too, but Gear brought it back separately. Xavier pulls out a palm-sized storage device and places it into Han Ying's hand. Even though the colors on the emblem and the tassel pendant have faded, the relentless bite of time only serves to remind her of the memories and pain from that period. Yo-Yo. You were saying that name a lot, even before you completely awakened. It's a person who is very important to me. Person, Noticing the subtle change in Han Ying's expression, Xavier stops asking. Xavier, Xavier! Suddenly the workshop doors flung open, a gaggle of children burst in, shattering the quietude. Xavier, we want new toys. Toys. It's Han Ying, Han Ying! Huh? The children swarmed the workshop in an instant, their chatter filling the room as they enthusiastically gather around Xavier and Han Ying. Church Machina never truly adopts human children. These children are in fact Hierophant's psychological experiments designed to emulate the psychological state of human children. With Hierophant absent, these children have been left under Xavier's care, and Han Ying, who has been spending most of her time in the workshop for maintenance recently, has naturally become their playmate. Calm down, I'm here. Who wants a new toy? Me. A smile graces Xavier's monitor as the small mechanoids surround him. Dance, I wanna dance too. Han Ying, can I borrow your fan? Hey, you. It's okay. Han Ying gently pats the head of the little girl standing before her, treating the mechanoid as if she were a real human child. She carefully folds her fan and hands it over to the little girl, her movements gentle and deliberate. Be careful with it, will you? Unfold it like this. That's right, don't scratch your hand. It's pretty. I want to dance like Han Ying when I grow up. Alright, when you're a bit older, I can teach you how to dance. It's a promise, then. Overcome with excitement, the little girl jumps up and embraces Han Ying. She then begins to fiddle with Han Ying's fan, her small hands exploring its folds within the hustle and bustle of the workshop. To simulate the development of human minds, these mechanoids are set to follow the most primitive impulses within the logic of their programming. In other words, their requests and perceptions are very basic and unambiguous. What's good is good, and what's bad is bad. Hierophant wants to replicate the development of human minds through this kind of simulation experiment. Alright. Ouch, my hat! Don't snatch it away! Can human hearts be simulated? That's what the guy said. I'm just lending him a hand. Wait, does Hierophant think of me as his omnipotent babysitting mechanoid? Alright, stop! If you make any more noise, I'll have Miss Hikma here to teach you math. Xavier's threat appears to be extraordinarily effective. The children who were previously clamoring over him in the scramble for his hat suddenly seem to realize their misbehavior. They quietly hop to the ground, their movements indicating a newfound sense of regret. If it weren't for Hierophant, I would have never allowed you into my cherished workshop. Freya, give the fan back to Han Ying, will you? It's time for the class. A mechanoid named Freya, showing the same level of care as Han Ying, meticulously folds the fan and hands it back. Thank you, Han Ying. Be a good student, alright? I will. Han Ying, teach me how to dance next time. Sure, it's a deal. The petite mechanoid radiates a joyful smile toward Han Ying and then bounces in Xavier's direction. Now, who wants a little gift? Me, I won. Huh? But it's just a bunch of cogs. Hey, cogs are very useful. I would love to have more cogs. All the cogs. Black cogs. Well, black cards, rather. But we need cogs for leveling our characters. This is the origin of everything, the source of creation. Ugh, I really don't understand you kids. These are treasures, you get it? Treasures. Then I'll exchange these cogs for your hat. Hey, who told you to say that? How could you take advantage of logic holes like that, you little... As the previous tension dissipates, the small mechanoids energetically spring back into action, snatching once again for his hat. Amidst this lively chaos, Han Ying offers Xavier a nod of gratitude and then exits the bustling workshop. When the heavy door of the workshop swings shut once more, the world outside falls back into a tranquil silence, creating a stark contrast to the lively scene within. Xavier's workshop is located on the second floor. From the hallway leading to the workshop's entrance, one can gaze upon a commanding and somewhat ominous structure known as the Grey Tower in the middle of the hall. Despite bearing the name of a tower, the structure is actually an intricate amalgamation of numerous towers, each varying in size and stature. The closer they are to the core of the edifice, the loftier these towers rise. A silent torrent of data courses through the intricate circuitry of the Grey Tower, and the only testament to this hidden river of information is a mesmerizing display of lights that dance across. Positioned behind the Grey Tower, grand light windows and mechanized curtain walls emanate a dim, white luminescence. This muted glow bathes the Grey Tower, creating slender, quivering shadows that ripple across the church hall. Everything flows into the Grey Tower and eventually makes its way out. A somber yet soft voice compels Han Ying to avert her gaze from the Grey Tower. In doing so, she becomes aware of the mechanoid beside her, who is dressed like a gentleman. Cervantes. The mechanoid, named Cervantes, doffs his hat and offers Han Ying a slight nod in greeting. The unexpected display of politeness momentarily shocks her, but she quickly recovers and responds in kind to his courteous gesture. About that, what do you think? Cervantes, embodying the essence of a gentleman from a bygone era, gestures toward the Grey Tower with his hat before placing it back atop his head with grace. You mean that? Grey Tower, that is its name. Functionally, it operates as a computing hub for the Church of Machina, while symbolically, it stands as a representation of the church itself. When I look at it, I feel a sense of dignity washing over me, as if all the surrounding noise has hushed into silence. Solemn. Yes. Solemnity is one of the key elements I incorporated into its design. A place such as this requires trust, calm, and unity, eschewing conflict and dissent. These principles form the bedrock of the church. Additionally, the symbolism of what a tower can represent is quite expansive. Were you an architect, Cervantes? That's not entirely correct. My teacher was an artist, and it was from him that I acquired this knowledge. I drew an inspiration from numerous human-made structures, though regrettably the majority have succumbed to the ravages of the punishing virus and the scourges of war. However, the marvels of Kowloon have endured, existing to varying degrees. You've been to Kowloon? Yes, I toured Kowloon with my teacher during the Golden Age. Following the outbreak of the punishing virus, I also ventured to the Niter. You went to the Niter too? Did you see a child there? No, a construct. She stands at this height, her hair gathered into a side ponytail, draped in a small cape, a cape that should be white. Han Ying sifts through her memory data for the final impression of Yo-Yo, the figure who embraced her for the last time amidst the blazing lights. She wonders how Yo-Yo is doing now. I only stayed on the Niter for a brief period of time, and you should know that the environment was not welcoming to outsiders. Furthermore, I must admit that I did not encounter the construct you mentioned. I'm sorry. An apologetic, bitter smile emerges on Cervantes' face, as if he can discern the disappointment reflected in Han Ying's eyes. You came from the Niter, right? A dim light radiates from Cervantes' hand, revealing a scene with which Han Ying is intimately familiar. The Niter? Cervantes gives a gentle push with both hands, and a holographic projection of the sailing ship floating in his hands suddenly becomes much larger. The once tranquil hallways of the church have been transformed into a vibrant marketplace, alive with the crackle of fireworks, rows of stalls, bustling shops, gleaming glazed tiles and elegant arches, sights unique to the Niter. Steam rises from the food on the snack stall, lanterns swaying under the eaves, and and the eaves dance with the sea breezes, while the flickering of old oil lamps in the antique stores adds a layer of nostalgia, casting a retro ambiance. She reaches out her hand, moving to adjust the wick in hopes of brightening the lamp's glow. The wick stubbornly flickers, not willing to change. You seem to be missing this ship and that construct a lot. Han Ying responds with a subtle nod and withdraws her hand, which is lighted up by the dim lamp. You prefer the company of human beings to that of your comrades at the church, right? I don't dislike staying with my own people, but before this I've always been living with humans. I believe I grasp, to a certain extent, your sentiments. Unlike our fellow mechanoids, you and I have dwelt more extensively amidst the company of humans. You're the only one who addresses me in the human way during the time after I woke up. And the way you talk and behave is more like that of a human. It's likely attributable to the education, to a greater or lesser degree, that we have absorbed within human society. A look of hesitation briefly crosses Cervantes' face, an expression of seldom observed upon his usually composed countenance. It may be offensive to bring this up, but word from Gear reached my ears that you opted for deactivation, or to phrase it more precisely, you chose self-destruction. Yes. You may have probably heard from others about a comrade of ours known as Hierophant. He currently roams the globe, endeavoring to aid those mechanoids who exhibit tendencies toward self-destruction. If you harbor any concerns, a talk with him might prove beneficial. While he does not always stay in the church, he remains accessible for contact at your convenience here. Is this a pressing problem? After the awakening, a significant number of mechanoids have chosen self-destruction due to logic errors in their neural circuit. This stands as the foremost and urgent obstacle we mechanoids face on the path of awakening. The majority of mechanoids who opt for death, regrettably, are beyond rescue. They embrace termination from both a mental and physical standpoint. Why choose death? Why choose to end life? Because of not wanting to hurt loved ones. Because of not wanting to become a pawn manipulated by other people. Because of not wanting to break the promise once secretly made. No, it's different. I didn't want to simply go for self-destruction. There are other reasons. Because I have someone I must protect, I refuse to be under someone else's control and cause harm to her, nor am I willing to be used as a puppet or tool by others. Generally speaking, this act is often referred to as a sacrifice rather than self-destruction. You opted for sacrifice, not in self-interest, but for the sake of a human. Such a decision is exceedingly uncommon among mechanoids. In other words, this is something only a human with a heart and a soul can truly comprehend. Cervantes gives a quick wave, and with that simple motion, the Knights' projection vanishes, abruptly exposing the stark and somber corridor before Han Ying. My apologies for delving into such discomforting matters. It may be due to the lack of meaningful conversation I've had since my return to the church. No worries at all. I'm glad to have the chance to catch a glimpse of the nighter as it used to be, especially after being away from Kowloon for so long. Speaking of which, it's been days since you woke up. What's your take on this place so far? Everyone has been very welcoming to me, and they have also helped me out a lot. And this is the first time I've actually seen so many mechanoids with a heart, or as you might say, awakened mechanoids. Before this, it was all just rumors to me. When Sage left the church, she mentioned that you had already started to awaken. In other words, you had begun to grow a heart even before you went into your slumber. In the annals of the Church of Machina, the act of self-sacrifice for humanity's benefit is an extraordinary event. Without explicit orders, such a decision implies one profound conclusion. So this is heart, but I don't even know what a heart is. Can I still have one? I'm not sure either, but Sage indeed said so. Together, Han Ying and Cervantes share a moment of silence, their gazes drawn to the grey tower standing not far away. The stream of data quietly flows on, with both Han Ying and Cervantes lost in their own thoughts, each submerged in memories too deep for words. I want you to be a storyteller, my teacher said to me. Ever since then, I've endeavored to craft my own story, just as he asked. I even used teacher's legacy as the stage for that story, but to this day, I still don't understand how my own story should unfold. I want you to be a storyteller. A story that starts with the sentence will not necessarily become a compelling story. We may both have developed a heart through the influence of humans, crafting our narratives with the guidance they provided, and are now in the pursuit of our own distinct worth. But then what is also very important, Han Ying. The construct may hold a significant place in your heart, yet it's the subsequent chapters, then what, that carry even greater importance. I mean, after finding Yo-Yo, then what? Staying by her side on the nighter? No, we should go look for her parents in the city. These things are all related to Yo-Yo. After that, then what should I do? Laughter from children abruptly spills out from Xavier's workshop, its mirth slightly muted as it filters through the door, softened further by the nighter's projection. Cervantes, Hierophant's children are all adorable. He would be very happy to hear your comment. They all know what they want, toys, pretty things, or learning dance. It's just wonderful, truly. Enveloped in the luminescence of the grey tower, the church once again assembles within the hall. Wow, it's been a while since the church was this lively and bustling. Should we take a picture together now that Blaze is back as well? Xavier. Alright, I'm just trying to uplift the spirits here. We are gathered here to welcome yet another family member. Awakened from your slumber by Sage, the mechanoid from Kowloon, are you prepared to join our cause? Akana extends a card made of coated paper toward Han Ying, the card face not yet revealed. The light, a blend of rays from the grey tower and the window, cascades onto the card, causing it to shimmer with a mosaic of orange and yellow reflections. Upon accepting the card, she will be recognized by the church and henceforth be known as a comrade among its members. Xavier bears a semblance of a wise magician. Trailblazer has taken up the mantle of the valiant chariot. Cervantes has dedicated all his effort to the Tower of Unity. Like them, upon receiving this card, she too shall be bestowed with a new name. Maybe this will mark the beginning of her then what journey. The light reflected by the card casts a warm glow, a stark contrast to the cool, rigid blue that envelops her whole. Based on the discernment of event logic gates and the reasoning within her logical circuit, she finds no cause to decline Akana's offer. But another voice whispers in her memory shell. Just as a name comes with meaning and responsibilities, she has yet to complete her responsibilities as Han Ying. My apologies, but I am not ready yet. I understand that you must be disappointed. After all, I have yet to repay you for all the kindness you have shown me. But I cannot accept your invitation just yet, for I haven't finished business in Kowloon. You're not the first to reject our invitation right away, and I suppose you have your reasons. But please keep in mind that the mechanoids will never be the same as humans. As an organization, the Church has worked since its beginning to unite the mechanoids, free us from suffering, and guide us all toward the future led by Sage. Even today, mechanoids from around the world continue to face threats from humans, the corrupted and punishing, which I'm sure you are well aware of. You're right, I have been in slumber until now, precisely due to mankind's mindless hatred. But not all humans see mechanoids as tools and regard them with hate. Were it not for the connections I had with a few humans, I would not be who I am today, and wouldn't have lost the courage to live. I have made my promise to her to travel the world until we find Sage Machina and the heart that would make us more than just codes in a program. And you have found it, and you have met Sage too. But she is no longer with me. I can't be sure if the heart really does exist. She places her hand upon her chest, slightly to the lower left, as if trying to feel for the existence of a beating heart. Machine awakening, or heart, or soul. How exactly am I supposed to prove their existence? Anying cannot see Arcana's expression against the light. I see. Arcana takes back the card she handed over earlier and clasps her hands in front of her like she always does. The church will never force anyone to stay or leave. It is your freedom to make that decision. If the guidance of Sage cannot satisfy your quest for answers, then you must seek them out yourself. But no matter where you travel to, the church will always regard you as one of us. That is how it was and how it's been. Arcana nods as she walks up to Han Ying, and together they bathe in the dim light of the church. Please, take care of yourself, Han Ying. We still know very little about Kowloon. The road to Kowloon is a long one. Trailblazer, could you escort Han Ying? Me? For sure. Can Trailblazer still do long-distance deliveries? Of course, and we just need to attach a transport container to it when needed be. Their modeled container is very aerodynamic and won't slow Blaze down one bit. What do you think, Han Ying? That would be immensely helpful. Han Ying is one of the most human-like mechanoids there is at the church, except Arcana makes her feel very much at home. The same way a mother would care about her child. If salvation is at the edge of the world, then lost souls will follow it to the end. From the Church of Machina, she sets out on her journey home. I can't believe Arcana agreed to it so quickly. That's Arcana for you. It's for the best after all. And Han Ying only said that she couldn't stay at the church for now. I feel something special about Arcana. And if I were to put that feeling in human terms, I guess I'd say I find her like a mother. That's because Arcana treats us like one. When Sir Vantes left the church without saying a word, he had Arcana worry about it for quite a while. That's because I was in a rush. I did send a message back from Constellia afterward. But Arcana is right. We have very little information on Kowloon. That's why we're sending Blaze with Han Ying, just in case, right? With me on a mission, there'll be no just in case. Remember to bring us some souvenirs. Sir Vantes returned all defeated last time. He even lost the hats I gave him. Like mechanical parts made by Kowloon craftsmen or technical documents and things like that. Topping it off with a few Kowloon-styled hats would be splendid. Sure, I guess. I did bring you quite a selection of newest top hats now. Hats serve no purpose except to hinder your view during battles. They're nothing but meaningless human ornaments. And Xavier likes to collect hats, I presume. He has an unusual obsession with hats. I think we should stop bringing him hats as souvenirs, because I can totally see him making everyone at the church wear a hat somewhere down the road. Hey, I heard that. No treading on thin ice, no need to hide yourself. None of the formalities when dealing with humans, and no need to think twice before speaking. By building real connections with mechanoids that have real hearts and souls, perhaps I'll eventually find my very own heart. It must be nice to live on like this. We are gathered here to welcome yet another family member. Family, huh? Family is where you go back to. She cannot remember how she got here, only how she left. What do you think, Blaze? Is it too heavy? The hinge setup is a bit complicated, but it's safer this way. Everything looks good. There'll be an extra 17% energy expenditure with the cargo weight, but that's still within the acceptable range. Well, just step inside, like this. Xavier personally shows Han Ying how to board the old basket-shaped metal container. This wasn't made to ship humans, was it? Of course not! The church has never had to ship humans, so it was modified from a cargo container. Naturally, it won't be quite as comfortable, but don't worry, I mounted an AC system in there. That will do. I consider myself lucky to have gotten the ride at all. And I have both of you to thank for this, Xavier and Mr. Trailblazer. That sounds a bit odd. Just call me Blaze. Of course, Mr. Blaze. Hey, I figure it moves toward the group from the other end of the church's helipad. Spooner. Thank goodness I made it. What's the matter? There's something I have to do in Kowloon. Please allow me to go with you. Hey Spooner, you're going to Kowloon? One of my friends left for Kowloon before I joined the church, and I want to bring him back. Did you talk to Arcana? Gear still needs your help with building the infrastructure, right? I know, never mind. Gear's still around. Huh. Or maybe they're paid up. I don't actually quite remember. I've already brought her up to speed on the church's affairs right after I learned Han-Ying was leaving. Arcana told me to let Zero take over my work for now, and now that Cervantes is back. Spooner now speaks in a pleading tone. That's true, Spooner handled most of the construction work at the church while Cervantes was away. I'll take over for Spooner. It's not going to end well if we let Zero handle it. That's for sure. We should be good to go then, but I guess we need to ask Han-Ying and Blaze if they're fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with that, Mr. Blaze. I've got sufficient fuel reserved, so I think I should be okay. Thanks. Thank you for your help, Blaze. Ready, everyone? Hang on tight. Loud rumble rolls through the helipad before a streak of white smoke shoots through the azure sky beyond the church. May you find the meaning you have been searching for in the conscious world, Han-Ying. What about my request? You're free to do as you please, as long as it follows the route. Sure, we might just see Justice back at the church if anything goes south. And I can totally see how you're interested in these things. Remember, there are no secrets at the Church of Machina. Okay, what's going on there? Children. The ocean mist leaves streaks of moisture on Trailblazer's streamlined body, rolling off Trailblazer's rear rings. Tiny droplets evaporate as they hit the heated air, turning them once again back into the endless mist. The only specks of light visible on this vast ocean are the bright amber light on Trailblazer's chest and the flickering navigation lights on the transport container. We're arriving at our target's coordinates. Can you see it? The dark coastline before them is just barely visible beyond the fog. I can see the coastline. Traveling by sea did save us 34% of fuel and 41% faster, just like I thought. Church's headquarters is just way too far from here for us to go by land. To intersect any other entities in this airspace, there is a man-made structure in the 2 o'clock direction, and that's where we will make our landing. Prepare yourselves, we don't know who's going to join us down below. With the heated airstreams gradually dissipating behind Trailblazer's engines, they have landed on unfamiliar soil. Even for Han-Ying, this land of blue glazed tiles and grey bricks only exists in her dreams. This is it. This is Kowloon. Are we inside the city? Why does it look so desolate? Based on past Metropolis planning, this is just an auxiliary town that they use for military purposes and not the actual Kowloon. Much of Kowloon was destroyed after that battle, so this part of the city must have been abandoned long ago too. According to the information I got from Arcana, there was a large-scale war in Kowloon against the Punishing Virus a long time ago. Wait, Arcana, Arcana gave you the information? It was a while ago, but yes. Mother believed that this information would come in handy sooner or later, so she sent it to me a few days before we left. According to the map Mother sent me, this area has been abandoned for a long time after that infamous battle, just like Han-Ying said. And here's the data I promised to give you, since my radar shows no sign of danger in the vicinity. Trailblazer hands over the storage device taken from his memory slot to Spooner, and fires up his engines. I should head back. Sage needs me on her expedition team. Thank you for making the trip, Mr. Blaze. I'm just helping one of my own. By the way, Mr. Blaze, could you give my thanks to Sage? I'll personally thank her again if I ever get to see her again. Certainly, consider it done. Thank you. You're undoubtedly a woman of class, just as Cervantes described. Farewell. With an ear-shattering blast, Trailblazer disappears into the dense fog at the far end of the sky. Kana knew from the start that I would insist on coming back, so she gave Trailblazer the navigation map beforehand. How thoughtful of her. Never for a second does Arcana forget about our well-being. She may not make her plans known, but she never fails to make the best arrangements for all of us at the church. It would seem like Arcana has already accepted you into this big family, and I wonder what title Arcana will assign you. How she assigned Chariot to Trailblazer. Yes, sometimes we refer to each other at the church by our titles, because every title could eventually be replaced. Replaced? See, Blaze was not the first Chariot, and I am not the first Death. Which means the Chariot and Death before the two of you are dead, which happens on a regular basis. While tinkering with the radar sensor, Spooner explains matter-of-factly. See, machines are not completely immune to death. If my memory serves me right, your title is Death, right? Yes, right. Death is such a dark and frightening term, but you don't give off that aura at all. Is that so? If you ask me, I think you're quite the opposite. You're gentle and amiable. Unlike you and the other humanoid machines, we will never be associated with the word human. Spooner shakes his head and says no more. Temperance? Empress? I've heard about an Empress, except she isn't at the church. I know nothing else about her, but I'm sure Arcana. Beep beep beep. Sudden warning alarm cuts Spooner off mid-sentence and sends him into high alert. We've got company. Are they from Kowloon? I can't tell for now. They're coming from the 3 o'clock direction, and there's a lot of them. Is there a fight going on? Not sure, but the signals are strange, and there are signs of humans in their vicinity. Let's go. Where to? Wherever they are, I'm sure they know something about the current state of Kowloon. But let's get ourselves properly warmed up before we get the show on the road. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Ow. Hello. You are different from them. Can you tell me what happened here? I don't know. The performer mechanoids were functioning normally, but the moment I turned around, they turned mad and began to attack us. Wait, my friends are in danger. I need to go. My friends are over there. Hey, hey! What is it? Is the music too loud? Run, these mechanoids are dangerous. Okay, please take care of that. Take them away, I'll handle this. Okay, next. Okay, scene. As Han Ying dances through the air, the aggressive mechanoid is sent spiraling into the debris behind it into a cloud of smoke. With it, a striking silence ensues. Realizing that they stand no chance, the mechanoids scatter in the bat of an eye, leaving not a shred of shadow behind. Those damn machines. That was very impressive what you did there, young lady. Thank you so much for helping. Even through his mask, the scavenger leader's gut-wrenching coughs are painful to hear. Sir, are you doing fine there? Han Ying reaches out to support him, but the man waves her off. Still, she holds the man by the arm and passes him a handkerchief. Thank you. I just need to let it out. Don't worry about me. I've been like this for quite a few years now. Seemingly embarrassed to give the sullied handkerchief back to Han Ying, the man nods a few times at her and shoves the now yellowed white handkerchief into his own pocket. Judging by your dress, I presume you're from Kowloon. Ah, and I see you're traveling with your strange mechanoid servant. Huh? No, sir, this mechanoid is my friend. A friend? Ah, I see. But what brings a wealthy young lady like you to a rotten place like this? We happened to pass by here on our way back to Kowloon. Back to Kowloon? Well, I guess I know what brought you back here exactly then. I beg your pardon. Never mind. Plans to rebuild the Kowloon metropolis went underway after the Niter docked. You can barely find a living soul in Kowloon now, so they sent out news to encourage people wandering about out there who have left Kowloon to come back. This is why this is why we are heading toward Kowloon too. Rebuild the Kowloon metropolis. The metropolis leader by the name of Chu is long gone, no? Chu? Are you referring to Lady Chu who disappeared on the Niter? Wait. Lady Chu from the Niter? Who is that? Who else? Exalted Grand Captain of the Niter, of course. Wait, what? Which means Lord Villiers is dead. Lord Villiers? The scavengers have no idea who Han Ying is talking about, but her tone draws their attention as they gather all around. Wait, who are you exactly? My apologies, I was also under Lady Chu's command during my time on the Niter. That's why I haven't managed to correct myself. Sorry. Attempt to decide whether Han Ying can be trusted, the leader vigilantly examines Han Ying before noticing something on her body. That mark on your neck is a collar, isn't it? Yes, specifically, it is a scar left on me when my collar was removed. That was the only way to break away from the grasp of the Niter. I see. So you're also one of those under Lady Chu's oppression. The scavenger leader gestures for his companions to ease up. We were forced to wear a cursed collar, thrown overboard when business went south, and even had to live at the mercy of others. Sorry about the rant. We took in so many survivors, abandoned by the Niter, so we can't help but feel a little tense. So I heard from the survivors that Chu had gone poof, just like that. Chu is most likely dead, if you ask me. Do you know anything else about the Niter? That's all I know. We only just recently made it back from the world outside ourselves. Have you seen a little child called Yo-Yo? She's about 15 or 16, always wears a cape. She's my sister, and when I fled the Niter, I wasn't able to take her with me. Her little sister? I haven't seen her, unfortunately. Has any of you? The scavenger behind the leader shake their heads in unison. If you're looking for someone, best to go down to the market by the dock and ask around. The Niter is currently docked just south of the metropolis, not too far from here. Kowloon crew from the Niter has taken command over the ship as well as the city. Lee, it's past 5 in the morning. Then we need to get going. We're severely delayed, but we first need to give our thanks to this lady. The leader slowly bows to Han Ying in appreciation, to whom Han Ying quickly returns the gesture. Don't mention it. We'll be leaving. We'll have to make up for lost time. Safe travels. The leader waves his hand. Before long, scavengers resting among the debris appear with their bags, climb onto the metal trucks of all shapes, and gradually fade into the morning mist. You sure know how to get along with humans. I guess you can say that social skills are one of the things I learned on the Niter. Sometimes humans only hear what they want to hear. I guess it didn't strike them that you aren't human. That was the basic principle my design was based on. I wouldn't have been able to live on the Niter as a human otherwise. Han Ying smiles where I smile. The creator who gave her a human facade and the basic principles she speaks of has been long gone. Even in that last moment in the past, Villiers was no longer her goal or principle. Amidst the dense fog and heavy clouds, rays of dawn shall shine upon Kowloon. Someone once said that the auxiliary towns of Kowloon were not built to keep the outsiders out, but to keep the insiders in. That which lies ahead might not be what's stopping one from leaving and coming back home, but what lies behind. Let's go. To the people of the world assemble the goods of the land and sea. When the Niter was still traversing the seas, it usually opened for business at night. Today, the market between Kowloon and the Niter is instead the most lively during the day, and rather desolate at night. Bare-chested workers carrying all sorts of goods walk among the blubbers that carry steel and cement, a common sight in today's Kowloon. A stand with a neon sign reads Home Appliance Repair Service sits beside the rice noodle roll and congee stand. The large wooden stacked steamer at its door front spews out steam with an irresistible savory smell, attracting passers-by from all directions. Even in the age when automation is capable of producing any delicacy, these street-side Kowloon chefs insist on hand-making their food. Morning, what would you like? The stall owner speaks to a customer stopping by while he lifts the giant leather-stacked steamer, sending a cloud of steam with meat and dough fragrance that inundates the customer in a suit. 3 char-siu buns, 1 soy milk, and got any rice noodles left? Sure do. You over there, a dish of rice noodle rolls. The owner seems utterly uninterested in the identity of his customer. He takes a wooden fork and skillfully picks up 3 white buns and drops them onto a plate before passing it to the woman. Soy milk is over there. Help yourself. That'll be 9 grubs. Hey, where are the rice noodle rolls? Coming! Be right there. A boy, also in an apron, emerges from the back of the humble little stall and operates the drawers at the back with equal dexterity. The customer digs into her pocket and counts out 9 grubs before slipping them into the time-worn coin box. The owner pays no attention to the payment, focusing instead on making the next batch of buns perfect. With a plate of buns in her hand, the customer takes a sip of the soy milk before lowering her head to pass through the doorway. Curtains and into the stall supported by simple planks. On the wall hangs a paper banner with the words "Unimaginably Delicious Breakfast." The words are powerfully written, but after seeing the large chew stamp at the end, one can't help but wonder about the authenticity of the work. But who cares? That is of no relevance when there is a bowl of delicious delicacy in front of you. A few table sets are scattered throughout the stall, with people enjoying breakfast on their stools. The new customer pulls a stool over without reserve and sits down by the last empty table. Here's your rice noodle rolls. The boy swiftly puts down the plates of food before disappearing back into the kitchen. Time is of the essence when making this special. Remove it from the heart a tad too late and it'll go dry, but you end up with snow white sheets that are less than perfect if you steam it for longer than a minute. After taking it out from the steamer, cut the sheet into strips before adding a special blend of soy sauce, and there you have a dish with a simple rice fragrance topped with a salty spice, which is one of the best delicacies of Kowloon. Let's give it a try. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Compliments for the food is a compliment to the chef, although the chef is too busy to listen to what she has to say. The man also enjoying his food at the next table, however, catches a heartfelt compliment. I know, right? Breakfast here really is one of the best. Agreed. It's been too long since I last had a wonderful breakfast like this. Looks like you're not from around here. You ordered quite a lot. Buns and rice noodles and all. Oh, well, I just got back after a long night's journey. One answers with a mouthful of food. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Oh, I'm just a worker from the city. Name's Du-hung. You're on business. Oh, well, her name, I guess. Du-hung. The man lets out a bright smile and points toward Kowloon with his chopsticks. I've been away for many years. So much has changed since then. For sure, in the past we didn't even dare think about getting off the ship, let alone going home. Work might have become a little tougher, but life is much better now I'm back with the brothers. Did you used to live on the Niter? Yes, grew up on the ship and been working on many construction projects with the crew since I was a child. We've been busy rebuilding the city ever since the Niter docked. Oh, are we allowed into the city now? Yeah, oh, you're worried about the punishing, right? Before the Niter had docked, Kowloon crew managed to acquire a few CPF cores and had them installed. And the Pulau crew has grown in number. Do you see them on your way here? I mean the Pulau crew just outside the market. Pulau crew is probably the largest group under the Kowloon crew now. It's still not that big, but all of us depend on them for our safety. Another wave of steam rushes into the stall. Under the stall owner's careful watch, the next batch of buns is ready. I didn't see many of them though. I only saw a handful on my way here. You never know what might happen, eh? Anyway, a secure life like this is more than good enough for me. The worker pulls out a piece of tissue from his pocket, wipes his mouth, and puts on the helmet lying beside his arm. Gotta head back to work now. Enjoy the rest of your meal. Doorway curtains draw open as the man going out passes by another breakfast customer coming in. What can I get? Ahem, morning, Lord Chow Fung. What can I do for you, or would you like something to eat? As the word Chow Fung comes out of the stall owner's mouth, the rest of the stall tenses up, save for the woman in the suit who just came in. Don't mind me, I'm just here for a quick chat with someone. Got it. Do make yourself comfortable then. When Chow Fung finally draws the drapes open and enters the stall, the other customers suddenly seem in a hurry. They quickly finish their food and rush out. Until all that's left of the lively stall is the crackling fire from the furnace, the sound of flowing water, and someone chewing. Look at you, munching on your food. What, can't even have a proper meal now, can I? You're the one who said to me in the morning, and you're just here taking your time eating. Boy, this is good. Chow Fung lets out a deep sigh as he pushes away an empty plate. Bread and coffee for the breakfast just won't cut it. Nothing beats what we have in Kowloon. Done. Can we go now? Go? Where to? Where else? You aren't going to make us talk about work here, are you? Is there a problem? Might as well, since you just sent everyone escaping from the moment you walked in. Seeing no alternative, Chow Fung does a little stretch and lets the woman have it her way. Alright. So, why are you back from Babylonia? For Kowloon, of course. Why, though? Did Babylonia say anything? Nothing noteworthy, nothing except they want to have their cake and eat it too. Du Hung gently caresses the edge of the plate in front of her, all the while keeping her gaze fixated on Chow Fung. Kowloon is not their back garden. To some people, the value of Kowloon's vast lands doesn't just lie in its city. But then again, not everyone is on that boat. There are people who are willing to help us. On what condition? That I do not know yet, but the higher-ups have made their intentions clear. Many from Babylonia's Congress care for nothing more than the tea parties after their routine meetings on Friday afternoons. But for us, the goal of politics is to ensure the survival of humans and Kowloon's future. For you. Even through Chow Fung's mask, Du Hung could sense the sarcasm in the tone of the question. Not you. That's unfortunate. So you weren't the moral vacuum you are now back then when we worked so hard for our dear Viliani either. I'm no congressperson though. Now I have but one goal, to ensure the survival of the last of Kowloon. We cannot count on any promises made by outsiders. We only have ourselves to trust. I assume I'm included in the we you speak of. Sure, if you want to see it that way. Looks like I'll have to prove myself. Du Hung takes out a document from his suitcase and hands it over to Chow Fung. What's this? Take a look. Another surge of heated vapor rushes in. Without the lively interaction of customers and staff, tense, oppressive silence takes over the space. When Chow Fung finishes scanning over the files, he breaks the silence in an even more depressing tone. Is this for real? Sure, have I ever lied to you? Where did you get this? I've got my own intelligence network, like how you have yours. So I'm guessing she's with Corono, specifically. But the information on this document originated in Kowloon. Then I guess there must be an all-knowing operative in Kowloon, no? You even believe what you just said. What? There isn't a soul inside the city now except for those in the observatory, and they do nothing but watch over the graves. You've met them. I have no business with them. They rejected us right off the bat, so I refuse to try and suck up to them again. As for the real Lady Chu... Chow Fung hesitates for a second before continuing in a decisive tone. Disappeared a long time ago, right? After what happened at the Metropolis, no one has ever seen Lady Chu. Oh? Before Du Hung continues, the curtains are drawn open once more. Kowloon crew barges into the stall. Chow Fung closes the files in his hands without a word. Lord Chow Fung. Slow down, what's going on? The crew member casts a suspicious glance at Du Hung across the table and swallows his words. Don't mind her. Some of our guys on the guard at the dock told us they caught someone trying to board the ship right by the third gangway. That happens every day. What's all the fuss? Question them thoroughly, let them walk free if there's nothing suspicious, and toss them out if there is. That's what we usually do, but this one's a bit tricky. She said her name was Han Ying. She's got no identification, and when we questioned her, she said that she wanted to see someone by the name of Yo-Yo. Han Ying? Geez, where have I heard that name? Who's that? Someone you know? Not exactly. More like someone else is familiar. But I thought she was dead. It's not uncommon for someone to come back from the dead in Kowloon folklore. So, do you believe in God? Actually, I don't. Anyhow, I'll go deal with it. And you, take this person down to the Niter's Orlop. She doesn't have our identification either, so go and get her registered first. Once you're down at the Orlop, just follow her orders. Understood. The suffocating moisture once again fills the empty little eatery. I think that should make me one of us now, no? Okay. In the makeshift stall at Kowloon Crew base, Han Ying is staring at the end of a pole that has rusted from a lack of maintenance. While reminiscing all that has happened over the past 20 years, she and the ship have forgotten each other amidst the world of turmoil. People gather like a group of resilient ants on the ruins of Kowloon, building a life for themselves, all the while unaware of what the future might hold. The heavy metal door opens and closes as Xiao Fang enters the room, cutting off Han Ying's train of thought. Hello. Hi. The awkward exchange of greetings entails nothing but awkward silence. So, you're Han Ying? Correct. I used to be a dancer on the Niter, but I attempted to assassinate the leader, but failed and died. Han Ying nods in silence. In that upheaval 20 years ago, Han Ying's attempt on the life of Villiers, or Lady Chu, was not out of her own volition. At least in that moment, the truth was a secret only between her and Yo-Yo. I understand that it's too late now, but I still want to express that, at that time, I did not have a choice. I know, we got to the bottom of that, and Yazi has told us everything. He died a few years ago, but judging from your reaction, none of this is news to you. Wait, what? A few years ago, but... Aww. Interesting, so it looks like we've gotten a time skip. Because between the time from the Niter to Puya Forest Park was probably only like 8 to 12 months, I think. So I guess then it's probably been 2 years at this point in time. 2 to 3 years. But judging from your reaction, none of this is news to you. I came across a scavenger outside the market who informed me of the current state of the Niter in Kowloon. Everything is as you see it. Chao Feng nods. So, from what we know, the mechanoid by the name of Han Ying removed her collar without permission and died 20 years ago. No mechanoid could have survived after enduring such a powerful shock from a pulse. Indeed, I've had the same thought myself. I seem to have been adrift in a dream ever since that day, until I was recently awakened by my companions. Companions? That is beside the point. What's important is that I am the same Han Ying. Chao Feng notices that Han Ying is withholding some information but decides not to press for it. Anyhow, I am not all that interested in how you arrived. Nothing seems impossible in this day and in this age and time, after all. All I need to know is why you have returned to the Niter. I need to make sure you'll not pose any danger to Kowloon or the Niter. For Yo-Yo. Han Ying answers without the slightest hesitation. I came back to fulfill my promise to Yo-Yo. You mean Pulao? Yo-Yo has become Pulao. After the assassination attempt, she was accepted into the Dragon Children. Pulao secretly lets you off the ship after the incident. Well played, indeed, but I never fell for that. I see. So where is she now? Pulao is not on the Niter. 4 days ago, Pulao led a team into the mountains northwest of the metropolis and has yet to return. Wait, what? They went in to investigate the recent disappearance of some Kowloon residents, but vanished themselves. Shouldn't you send people over to find what's going on? Startled by her question, Chao Feng pauses, and the muffled noises down by the porch suddenly grow audible. You don't think I did? Except everyone I sent after them disappeared without a trace too. We would have loved to do more, but I can't put people's lives on the line when our life out here on the land grows in size by the day. Han Ying cannot guess the expression Chao Feng is wearing behind his mask. In the past, being on the seas kept one safe from the punishing, People living on land now make do with the remaining equipment and supplies and the CPFs that they got through overseas trade. But regardless of how many there are on the ship, it's just a drop in the ocean for Kowloon. In this lonesome city, every Kowloon soul is worth saving. Apologies, but knowing Yo-Yo, I guess you would do the same if you were in your place. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. To be honest though, you're part of why she left for the mountains. What do you mean? Before she left with her team, she made a trip to the prison to see the mastermind behind the assassination, a hacker by the name of the Cradle. Oh yeah, and I remember that group is named the Cradle. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Mark of time. Time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. Before we start this though, I want to take a quick break because I'm hungry and I need to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. So I will be right back. Back with food. Was a quick way of quick figuring out of the dinner. In the meanwhile, I guess we could put something on real quick, or just for to watch. That for now. That open. Let's watch something while I eat. Guess we could take a look at Smacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video by yours truly.
He's a great
We
guy.
have Wuthering Waves in the spotlight in today's video.
We won't show the
latest
whole
and greatest
video,
open
though,
world action
'cause I'll
RPG
probably
with
finish
data sharing across
in,
multiple platforms.
30
It's
minutes.
free to play friendly, and it's coming with a bundle of rewards that will be available upon launch, incentivizing you to, at the very least, give the game a try. Speaking of launch, comes out Genshin. I also like to call her Kung Fu Panda because of her black and white hue mixed with the yin and yang concept, and she throws hands as her weapon of choice. Yeah, I like to call her Kung Fu Panda, but Jian Shin is, before we go any further, she's my favorite character in the game. I completely adore her aesthetic and her design. Whoever out there is responsible for this woman's design, God bless your soul.
I would
You
agree,
truly
Smack.
have a
I would
gift
totally
amongst
agree.
the gods here. But getting back to the core concept of this video, I strive to bring you guys the most insight possible on Jian Shin and all the characters that I'm going to be covering, Mortefi included. There's been a lot of people out there saying that she's not that good, that she's going to be mid. I don't know what their metrics are or what their experience is, but based off of what I have tested, taking out my bias, this
Have
girl
you tested?
is far from not being good. Honestly, I think she's even far from being mid. What I've seen, she's quite broken. Now, if you're going just based off of some DPS charts, I don't know. I feel like this is the kind of game where it's purely based off of reacting and responding. And depending on the character you're utilizing, there's a different level of mastery and difficulty and skill cap required to make that character function. And so long as you understand these concepts, I think a lot of these characters are probably going to be quite good. But with that being said, I want to go over the core functionalities of her kit so that you understand that profoundly and how she is intended to be utilized. She is actually a character that is very bursty. She can be a main DPS driver in a bursty fashion, and then you swap her out with her shield being provided to the party that also heals periodically. And then you want to synergize her up with teams or characters that are going to benefit from her outro skill buff, which is a 38% resonance liberation damage bonus, aka that's a buff to their ultimate. So long as you are building her in teams where she's being effective in terms of her bursty damage, providing that shield from a sustainer role, and being a support DPS, I think you're gonna really love this character. Let's go ahead and start off with her basic attack. It's a 4-number sequence. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's face this direction. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That third part of the basic attack is like a whirlwind. It does like multiple ticks and it kind of like reels them in a bit. It's actually one of my favorite like satisfying feels of the basic attack sequence. But then we're gonna go into the resonance skill. Well, the resonance skill is gonna be her parry, which the game already has a parry system where you're trying to find that circle on the enemy to then trigger and time a attack to line up with that circle that parries them and immobilizes them partially for you to deal some damage. Well, she has a parry built into her own kit, right? So, and that's going to be her resonance skill. Now, I want you to pay close attention to how long the animation lasts, because how long the animation lasts is actually going to be the iframes as well. And it triggers a auto counter attack that negates damage. 0 damage will be received during this animation should you be hit. So let's pay attention to it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. That's how long that animation lasts, and those are the iframes for when you get hit. He is going to trigger a auto counter that deals more damage than if you let it go
Like probably
manually.
12 frames, I guess.
So you deal more damage when you trigger this
15 frames?
auto parry, which is actually so broken to me because the iframes are
Sounds pretty cool. Got to Smack, great guy. Definitely recommend y'all to check him out if you ever see him. I'm pretty sure y'all know him though, more than me, because he's popular. Pretty well, relatively popular. Me, on the other hand, I'm just a nobody. Put that back up. And let me just put my plate up and then we'll continue. Okay, back again. Back. Back. Well, like that. No. Cutscene. Mark of time. Time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. But why? Is he still alive? The leader at the time, Villiers, wanted him alive. After the incident, all other Cradle members that had infiltrated the ship were caught, save for the few associates who committed suicide. Villiers asked us to imprison them, but never to execute them. It's been almost 20 years now, and their leader, the hacker, is still alive. Why did Villiers spare them? Can't be sure, but after their arrest, they openly confessed to Pulau's and your involvement. Excuse me. We wouldn't have believed your identity so easily had he not been so forthcoming about the truth. A few knocks on the door has been left ajar. The visitor swiftly whispers into Chao Feng's ear before disappearing once again into the shadows. The Cradle says that he would like to see Pulau again. It would seem that he does not know that Pulau isn't on the ship. I can't guess his intentions at this point myself. For revenge, perhaps. Machine is always going to be a machine. It exists only to fulfill humans' desires. This time we must take back what we lost from Villiers and more. Think and remember why you exist. May I see him? Huh? If Yo-Yo left the ship because of something he'd said, then we should be able to get some clues out of him. As if pondering the idea proposed by Han Ying, Chao Feng grows hesitant, something that rarely happens to him. If you so insist. Thank you, but I make no guarantee that you'll be able to get anything out of him, since you were the one who thwarted his plan 20 years ago. And the guy is well aware that he doesn't have much time left. Chao Feng gestures for Han Ying to follow him, and together they leave the secret room of the Kowloon crew. Just outside the room is a dim but spotless hallway, giant words written with red paint that can just be seen in the faint xenon light, any parts of the paint having fallen off. After passing through the well-lit deck, Han Ying follows Chao Feng down into the gloomy prison ward. She spent years living on the ship, but never once has she been this deep down. Except for the flickering signage in the corners of the only source of light around the faint light coming off is the faint light coming off the lantern in Chao Feng's hands. Light from the lantern traverses the rows of the prison cell bars, casting lines of shadows on the back wall of the empty cells. This is the prison on the Niter? Correct, though many prisoners have been released since we docked. Criminals with the worst offenses have all been thrown overboard, so the ones left in here are nothing more than petty thieves. Doesn't hurt to give them a second chance after teaching them a lesson. What if they revert back to their old ways after being released? Well, we don't keep loafers around on the ship nor in the city, because it takes resources to keep them locked up. Or to give them a chance at a fresh start. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If they still have trouble keeping their hands clean, it won't be us dealing with them. Residents will personally kick them out of the city. Anyhow, no crime in this world is unredeemable. We're here. Before them stands a metal door, different from that of the rest of the cells. Chao Feng sways the lantern in his hand and carefully opens the lock on the cell door. I'll be on watch in the control room next door. There are no electronics within reach, since we got a hacker in here. If you need anything, just yell. The heavy door grinds open slowly. Han Ying walks in without any hesitation. I said I wanted to see the kid, didn't I? Now get this, little. Faint ray of sunlight slipping through the porthole into the pitch black cell gives the convict a chance to make out the face of his visitor. Oh, it's you. I see you remember me. Of course, I see you haven't changed one bit over the years. Time has taken his strength, and looks have changed his voice. The cunning tone in his words remains unchanged. 24 long years have passed, and I am left with nothing but a body of old bones. You, on the other hand, haven't aged a day, and I see you got a makeover, huh? Totally thought they would have thrown you off the ship. Fancy seeing you still here in one piece. I'm not here to chit-chat about the old days. You should know why I'm here. Huh? This could only mean the kid has left the ship. Ha! I heard that you told Villiers and everyone on the ship what happened that day. So if you tell me exactly what's happening now, maybe there is still room for you to salvage. Cradle bursts out laughing, which quickly turns into a violent coughing fit. It takes a while for the coughs to die down. Oh boy, this is just great. Did you sizzle your own memory shell when you removed your collar? Salvage? There's nothing. Nothing I should be salvaging or seeking forgiveness for. The only regret I have now is that I wasn't there to witness Villiers' death. Or you can say that I deeply regret that I was not able to end his life with my own hands. It is obvious that the Cradle is intentionally provoking and aggravating Han Ying. That is truly unfortunate. What was that? I guess you can only carry that regret with you to the grave. Must be an insufferably painful reality to live with. Mere meters between Han Ying and the Cradle is the boundary between the two vastly different worlds. Han Ying still cannot discern the expression on his face, which is concealed in the shadows, while he can see every detail of Han Ying's face, having been lit up by the sunlight beaming through the porthole. It was not an expression he expected to see. Interesting. Let's talk, shall we? If I feel like it. I might even spill the rest of the story and the girl's whereabouts to you. I am not about to strike a deal with someone like you, neither will the Niter. You don't have to, of course, but you will. You've got plenty of time. Han Ying clenches his hand slightly, which the Cradle fails to notice. I heard that you led an assassination attempt in the leader Kowloon before pulling another one on Niter. That's what we get paid to do. After the incident at Kowloon, Villiers destroyed our organization, and for this he shall brace himself for the price of retribution. What goes around comes around. Everything I have done, I have done on the grounds of justice, which is why I don't feel sorry. Villiers murdered my friends, destroyed my home, and took everything from me, so fat chance I'm going to make peace with the guy. You're right. But the destruction of your organization was only a fair price to pay for what you had done. That was Villiers' revenge against you. Let me guess, you're not about to start lecturing me about how an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind now, are you? We both know that getting rid of your enemies once and for all is the only proper way to carry out revenge. Han Ying's reply sends the Cradle into a bout of silence. Well, well, very intriguing. Never thought I'd hear words like those from that mouth of yours. I would have died a long time ago had Villiers ever had your resolve, and you would have lived to see another day had we carried out our revenge. In a world such as ours, forgiveness belongs only to those who respect it. I take it that you're ready for your revenge then. You've hurt not just me, but also people I hold dear, and for that I'll not forgive you. Oh, you mean that bastard who cut the little girl 20 years ago? He was executed the day he was brought in here. Serves him right. So, are you going to kill me now? Go ahead, you don't get a chance like this every day. A fitting act for a tool, but built to kill. The Cradle shakes his head. For an instant, Han Ying sees his face clearly. The disheveled pale hair and wrinkly skin do nothing to divert one's attention away from the crazed grin and the corners of his mouth and the bone-chilling gleam in his eyes. And you think I came to do what you did, huh? What do you mean? Well, I'm not going to lay a finger on you. The Cradle freezes in his grin. Huh? I am not a machine that lives for revenge. You are. Get this, you're dying a lonesome death with a heart full of regrets. And that is my revenge against you. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. The cradle lets out a sneer, and the heavy noise of the metal chains, he recedes back into the darkness. Never mind, I'm tired. Mount Huaiwu, 50 kilometers northwest of the metropolis. That's where she's heading. Mount Huaiwu? Ask a Kowloon crew for a map and you'll find it. What business does she have there, though? That mountain is our last base. The girl came to me with the coordinates of that mountain, so I told her that's all. Apparently, people have disappeared in the vicinity, and that's why she went to look into what happened. Do you know what's going on there? It's your base, after all. How on earth would I know? I've been in this lightless, soulless cell for 20-odd years without ever getting my hands on an electronic device. But I guess this is revenge being done right, no? You, the city, and the ship are all still here, right? I told you, neither I, nor the Niter, nor Kowloon will give in to your demands. So, are you still going to insist on your revenge? In this time of survival of the fittest, everything warrants revenge. But I'm no expert when it comes to what kids think nowadays. Keep in mind that I have no obligation to tell you any of this. This is as much as I know, anyway. The cradle lets out a few violent coughs before turning his head to gaze into the tiny porthole on the wall and falling into dead silence. Knowing that she will not get anything else out of him, Han Ying gets up to leave. The time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. Well, time has yet to leave its heart-wrenching mark on you. So, I don't see a reason to doubt them. You're going to trust her? Do you have a reason not to? No. Then there we go. Let's go. We got things to do. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Everything so far is still going according to plan. A plan, huh? It's nothing more than a high-stakes gamble. Oh, so he got Du Hong to listen in? Interesting. Indulge in the cup. The elevator shudders occasionally as it slowly climbs upward, but the lantern remains perfectly still. Chao Feng's arm is absorbing all the vibrations from the ground. Han Ying seems to have fallen into the veil of silence found at the deepest dark corners of the ship. Typically, mechanoids have a much longer lifespan than any humans. Mechanoids borrowing generations of their masters have been a common occurrence since the Golden Age. Death spares no mortals, not even one leading the healthiest of lifestyles. Time for the machines, however, ceases at the moment of initialization. Perhaps machines are only delaying the inevitable end, death. Boot up number 00001. Lord Villiers, please assign a code or name to this device. This was the beginning of time for her, as much as it was the origin of all that was unknown and unpredictable. Ever since that moment, the only mark time has left to her is the dark scar on her neck made by her collar. The highest electric current received by the collar is enough to kill any being that tries to remove it. Though lasting for a mere second, the powerful pulse will inflict unimaginable heat and pain. For humans, an instant of such pain simply means eternal relief from suffering. They will never again relive that moment in their memory. Out of instinct, she moves her hand toward the scar. Just before her fingertips reach it, she bends her fingers without touching it. This is no doubt the only mark time has left on her body. Under the formidable scar, however, time has etched other marks into her memory. That is, the grief and joy, bitterness and sweetness, suffering and happiness of hers after the time that belongs only to her begins to flow. And please, let's live on together. Live on. We're here. Chao Feng's voice disrupts her train of thought. The metal elevator gates open, slowly exposing the midday sun. Chao Feng fiddles with his lantern to extinguish the light within before hanging it next to the elevator. You know your way around the Niter, right? You're on your own from here on out. I do. Fuxi has entered your information into our database, so you'll be able to move around the Niter and Kowloon without anyone stopping you. The Niter will not revoke any freedom it is granted. I imagine that we both still have a lot on our hands right now, so let's part ways here. They exchange a polite nod as a farewell. After that, Han Ying takes off in big strides onto the bright, sunny deck. Onion, why do they call this street Silo Street? I don't see any big tall silos here. That's because people from the ship used to store grains in warehouses here, but not anymore. I see. So many restaurants and food stalls and sugar figurines. Oh, I see so many restaurants and food stalls and sugar figurines. Do you want one? I got a few more grubs. Hanying, look over there. Someone is doing martial arts on the stage. Is there a performance? No, they are more like bodyguards. Rich people hire bodyguards to protect themselves and their goods. Oh, you can make money as a bodyguard just by doing that. I can do it too then. Not quite, but you got the right spirit there. Huh? It might be late by the time the performance ends. If the market is still open, we'll come back through the street and get some snacks. Fresh tanghulu here. Pickled vegetables, a newly opened jar. The sun over the sea shines beautifully down, stretching her shadow across the deck. Whether she is taking life in stride or stumbling, it is as if she is silently telling their stories on the stage of life. Huh? That little girl? Have you thought it through? This is no trivial sum, with the materials, the frame, and the modification fees and all. I'll have it all ready. Money is no object. Well, I know that you're the headliner, but business is business. The meager salary you make is but a fraction of the total cost. I'll have it all taken care of, but do keep this confidential for me, please. That's just basic business etiquette. I don't need a reminder. That's a bit pricey, no? The purity is nothing remarkable, and God knows if it's defective. I'll cut you another 20% since you're a regular. 3,700, and that's out as low as it gets. 3,500 if it's all yours. The buyer shakes his head but fails to contain the joy in his eyes. He holds the carefully wrapped item in his hands and leaves with a brimming smile on his face. Miss, what can I get for you? You got filters that just arrived last month from overseas. Top notch, guaranteed. What is jewelry here fine enough for act-luck nobles, perfect for a lady as elegant as you? Or may I ask what you are looking for? Is the stall owner here? The owner? I am the owner. Is there something you need? Oh, I thought the owner was Mr. Jin. Oh, you mean, are you a friend of his? You could say that. Oh boy. See, you never know what's going to happen when your age catches up to you. Has he passed? Yes, 2 years ago. He left the stall to me before he passed. And you used to work here, right? Yes, sharp eyes you have there. The giant letters Jinman's Emporium, written in the gold shimmer, in the bright sun. Unnoticed by the passers-by is the worn-down wooden plaque underneath. So, what would you like? Snacks! What kind? Let me think. Fried meatballs! Okay, it's a lot. Can you finish it? Of course! I'm so hungry I can eat a whole cow right now. Eat slowly. You don't want to end up with a stomachache. I was super tired, though. Do you like being up on the stage? Yes, I only helped with moving some items, but I liked it. One day I'll be like you, Hanying. I'm going to shine like a star on the stage. Petals fall on pillow lights, sweet sleep on a weary night. Fleeting spring blooms evading our grasp. Summer leaves whisper, cicada calls like a raindrop cascade. A lone shadow remains. Bravo! Wings stretching on a southbound journey, autumn clouds, miles in gold, draping the heavens. Flames of reckless arrogance over veils of solitude. And this place is yearning for winter's touch. Top snowy peaks, snow dances as wings unfurl. Eagle soars above the frosty mist. Bravo! The center stage of the nighter is the end of this large deck. This was her stage. Leave this place and return to Kowloon. You have to find your parents. Anying. Sorry, Yo-Yo. I she lied to you. Don't look back, Yo-Yo. Don't look back. The key to this dance is that you can't look back. Sorry, Yo-Yo. She is back. Utilize or discard, shine or retreat. On the path of parting, life wandering, talents unrecognized. But I looked back. That's right. Why? I don't know. Wings caught in a cage, how carefree the youthful spirits, as wisdom silently wanes. So what did die for? I don't know. Clouds reach a lofty height to retreat to realms divine. My abode is found in heart's tranquil repose. I have seen the past. Correct. What about the future? You've been here all along. Me? It's been a long, long time. You don't dance anymore? Yes, it's been a long time. You should know that I left this place long ago. But up on this stage, you're still in your element. What is the last line? You don't know? It's written by a column poet from the past. No, I don't. The stage isn't here for me. The stage has meaning only because of the audience. And just like the stage, the lyrics aren't meant for you. So, what is the last line? The sunlight remains unwavering over the vast seas. Rome, once again. The mundane sea of dust, giants battled, flesh devoured, sing a grand elegy in memories of souls long ago, long gone. A figure next to the rundown stage leaves behind a soft sigh. Everything seems to have changed completely, yet nothing seems to have changed at all. The Niter still carries a dazzling array of goods, old and new. Much of what she recalls as new, however, has already aged and weathered in reality. Even the stage she once stood upon has not survived time's relentless siege. Han Ying walks forward with determination until she suddenly finds herself standing before the home she once knew so well. This is where she and Pulao shared the most treasured moments from her memory. Despite someone's obvious efforts to keep it tidy, neither did this small hut manage to escape the erosion of time. She holds onto the rusty handle, but does not open the door. Ah! Hey, it's the blubber mechanoid! Uno! Ka. I'm back, Uno. Han Ying gently pets Uno's rusty exterior as she takes a good look at her long-lost friend. Ka. Have you been guarding this place while I was away? You did well. It's not your fault, Uno. She left without you. That's only because she never wanted to see you hurt. And what happened was my fault, not yours, Uno. What happened to Yo-Yo was my fault. Ah! No, stay, Uno. Uno nods and passes the faded pink ribbon in its hands to Han Ying and proceeds to squat by the door of the little lodge. This is Yo-Yo's ribbon. Ah, Lord! I see. I promise I'll bring Yo-Yo back intact. Han Ying ties the ribbon back onto Uno's mechanical arm and retreats back into the alley. She never opened that door. After bidding Uno goodbye, Han Ying immediately leaves the Niter. If the Cradle's words hold true, Yo-Yo should be in the mountains at that particular coordinate. Han Ying can hardly think of anything that can possibly put Yo-Yo in a pinch. But whatever it might be, it's beside the point now. Hello, Han Ying, is it? A lady sitting comfortably by a table puts her tea down as she calls softly to Han Ying, who's trying to squeeze her way through a market full of people by the Niter. Weak and light to the point of almost getting drowned out by the noise from the market, her silky voice still resounds in Han Ying's ears. Do you know me? My name is Du Hong. I don't think we have met before. I don't think we have. I had your name written down on the Niter's history over 20 years ago, though, see? What's the matter? Han Ying cuts the woman short, something she rarely ever does. She doesn't want to waste another second chit-chatting about the past. Xiao Feng asked me to wait for you here to bring you up to speed on a few things. Here, take a seat. The Hung pulls out a small stool from underneath the table and pours a cup of tea for Han Ying with a gentle smile on her face. Thank you. So how exactly can I help you? Trust me, this won't take long, but I'm sure it'll pique your interest. I'll get straight to the point. 2 things. First, the hacker organization by the name of the Cradle still exists, and they are based on the demands of that the old convict told you about. Second, the Cradle currently has control over a very complex composite technology that is able to manipulate low-intelligence mechanoids, but fortunately it's just some low-level technology. It's obvious that Pulau went to the base of the Cradle, but according to our intel, they shouldn't be a threat to Pulau for the time being. The convict on the ship didn't mention these. He's been locked up for 20-odd years now, completely cut off from the outside world. In all likelihood, his people probably cut him off a long time ago. People deviate from the path they set out on, and it all happens all the time, no? You said they could control mechanoids, which means the Cradle was the one controlling the ones I met in the auxiliary town before. Correct. After you arrived on the Niter, we received a report on that too, from the agents we planted there earlier. But what are they after? Villiers is dead, and the metropolis is in ruins. Could it be purely for revenge? You'll give yourself quite a headache if you try to understand the mind of a hacker. Nothing they should do should come as a shock. The Hung takes a sip of a bitter tea. You don't seem pressed for time. As I said, Pulau isn't in any danger for now. A few more sips of tea won't change that. The Cradle is in the cell of the Niter. Was as much frigid, sharp icicle as the woman in front of Han Ying appears calm. The Cradle in the cell of the Niter was as much a frigid, sharp icicle as the woman in front of Han Ying appears the calm waters in an ancient well. Han Ying has seen all sorts of people on the Niter. Most of the time, all she needs is but a few words to figure out that person's nature and how to handle them. The woman sitting across from her now, however, shows not a sign of what's going through her mind in those eyes of hers. Even if you don't trust me, you should believe in your sister. She isn't someone that just dies like that. Han Ying notices that Du Hong seems to have put a little emphasis on the word sister. Apologies if I've offended you just now. Please continue. Du Hong nods with the same smile on her face. What I've told you just now is intel. What I'm about to say is Xiao Feng's request. He asks you to please find Pulau and bring her back. You should know that's what I already intend to do, even without him telling me so. That's good to hear, but do bear in mind that Xiao Feng is merely making a request, not giving an order. Do keep the distinction clear. Request and not an order, meaning Xiao Feng knows how important Pulau is to the current Kowloon. Of course, see, he's stuck in a perfectly awkward position where he needs to take care of the needs of everyone in Kowloon, which is why he needs to keep everything in perfect balance. Anyhow, he won't make his people jump out of the frying pan and into the fire, and I am just saying that he's in a difficult position. Han Ying is beginning to understand what Du Hong is trying to say. What will Kowloon do for us in return, then? I am simply a legislator from Babylonia who happens to be from Kowloon, not a member of the Kowloon crew. I can't give you any promises. But Kowloon cares about the life of each of its citizens, including you. After Du Hong takes another sip of her tea, Han Ying grabs the teapot and refills her cup. You don't want some, it's only fine tea, Fannings, but you can't get this taste anywhere else. I've had plenty. This blend wasn't worth much back then. It was the most ordinary tea on the Niter. Part of this is worth a fortune nowadays. But you don't look like someone who's after wealth. Money can buy you a lot of things, but it's true that neither of us are people who care much about it. The Hung holds her teacup at her lips and looks at Han Ying with a smile. I am not human. I'm sure Xiao Feng has told you this. Of course, Xiao Feng is very thoughtful and plans everything meticulously. Not that it matters to me, be it mechanoids, constructs, or humans. All I care about is what they do. Tell me, do you believe in God? The Hung suddenly changes the topic. I am familiar with the Kowloon mythology. What kind are we talking about specifically? Any. I can't say I do, nor can I say I don't. All I can say is that I've read many explanations and discussions of the legends, and I guess I am not ready to believe in them yet. Good. Humans believe in God because humans are flawed. God was conceived to make up for these flaws. But perhaps even God himself is flawed. You really are unique for a machine. Villie's skills truly are extraordinary. It's not Villiers. Villiers did not make me who I am. Certainly, Villiers did not die for others, nor did he live for others. I meant to say that you really do stand out from the flock of machines we usually see down in Collins streets. Let's end our chit-chat here, then. Your friend has been waiting for you outside the market for quite some time now. Thank you. Don't mention it. It's my duty, sir. Another pot. It's my duty. Sir, another pot of fannings, please. The market is still filled with people coming and going, but a slender figure once again sits alone in the tea house. The hung gulps down a cup before staring at the residue at the bottom. Across the table rests the cup she had poured for Han Ying that has already gone cold. You gotta drink all there is in the cup if you don't want to die from thirst. Interesting. Plot going on. Of course, she's probably taken an interest. Probably because Corona things. Because I'm pretty sure she's from Corona. Or at least related to them. Especially with how she likes to... That lady likes to... muck about and... be so... metaphorical. Because usually only Corona people do that. Talking like metaphors and allusions. Man, melted ice cream is the best. Well, not melted, but loose. Just give me a second while I consume this. Love me some ice cream. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for the ice cream. there for now. And now, let's continue. The creators. "6 hours have passed since Han Ying met up with Spooner on the outskirts of the port. They had just arrived at the coordinates given by Cradle. The Cradle, rather. How on earth did they manage to build a path on the side of a cliff? No sign of metals, a complex structure made entirely of wood. Incredible. Judging from the architectural style, this must have been built before the Golden Age. These wooden structures have remained intact for hundreds of years. And I have yet to detect the punishing virus in high density. Even when the Knights were still traversing the high seas, they still occasionally got attacked by the corrupted. In other words, they can no longer imagine a world without the punishing. How did they manage to elude punishing while being so close to the Kowloon metropolis? I've heard that, in addition to the Kowloon metropolis and the Niter, Kowloon rules over bigger lands, most of which are devoid of humans. The path up this mountain is rough and treacherous. Being isolated from the outside world is probably what has been keeping it safe from the virus. Seems like it's harder to evade humans than the virus. Spooner lets out a sneer. From a crib by the name of Zero, the punishing was born. Since its birth, human blood has always been one of the various colored blood that has stained its wattle blanket. In the chaos of bloodshed, some have been seeking other colors, while others have been sipping away at the dark crimson pool as they party like there is no tomorrow. Before he reached the Niter, he chose to stop and wait for me just outside the market. Do you hate humans? I don't hate humans, but I don't like them either. That's the plain truth. I don't want to have anything to do with them. Spooner shakes his head as he continues up the wooden path, deeper into the mountain. There are no secrets in the Church of Machina. Most mechanoids have a pristine heart and pure mind. As Cervantes said, the Church of Machina was built on trust and unity. Members of the Church can combine with one another without reserve. But even mechanoids have their own past. By the way, this cradle surely has peculiar taste. Peculiar taste? It just seems odd that a high-tech hacker organization would pick such a remote location to be their base. Feels paradoxical. It's your first time in Kowloon, I presume. Correct, I've only heard about this place from others. This is how it works. For instance, for mechanoids like us, a place like this might be described as scenic, and that would be an objective truth. But for the people of Kowloon, lamenting the passing of the seasons amidst the beauty of nature is a habit that's ingrained in their minds. I mean that humans are often too blinded by their own emotions to see the objective truth of the place. That's an oversimplification. Unable to understand Han Ying's words, Spooner shakes his head. Humans are always so complicated. It's something of a mystery. But you seem to understand it. Clear springs cascade over a tapestry of 1,000 pips, winding trees weaving their greenery through a verdant kingdom vast. What? Sorry, it's just a poem I once read somewhere. I can't think of a fitting way to describe this view off the top of my head, so I recited a line from an ancient Kowloon text. And I suppose it's supposed to express something very subtle. I guess you could say that. I've only scratched the surface of Kowloon culture, but from what I've seen, Kowloon prefers to use metaphors and euphemisms, rather than being direct in their expressions of emotions. Humans have a habit of concealing their feelings in their words. Ironically though, their feelings are distorted when expressed through language. That's true, language and words can introduce much more ambiguity than direct communication among mechanoids. There is much to lose if humans lose their language and writing. In Han Ying's database, in her memory shell, lines that can be used to describe the currency number in the hundreds. Even in the same space at the same time, descriptions of the same entity are more often than not different. And the writer's emotions, their hearts, are buried deep within these elusive words. Dung, dung. Is that the sound of a bell? Soft chimes of a bell meander through the lush canyons. Chao Feng's report does mention this chime. According to the civilians who have returned, anyone who sets foot on this mountain will hear the sound, plus sightings of other supernatural beings along with lightning and thunder. Do you believe in those legends? I am just not ready to believe them in them yet. Many Kowloon traditions have their roots in humans' reverence for the wonders of nature, along with the legends that can no longer be verified. Even the stories you hear get weirder and weirder. The chimes continue to resonate between the cliffs. What appears in front of Han Ying isn't depicted in any of the Kowloon myths. Bird. A lark flying towards the top of the mountain. Nope. Saddle, saddle. Yep. Don't mind, we'll extreme.
火星水流雲だ足元をしっかりさせないと
Moving on. Damaged hangman mechanoids and rounder mechs. Should be left some blunt weapon. Could it be a heavy weapon? Guess I'll meet them soon if I keep going up. Damaged mechanoids have been restored because of the bell.
後方生活追加隠れ極集調印
Yep, more mechanoids. Enemy invasion, enemies must be eliminated.
So, 風林部派足元をしっかりさせないと隠れ極集調印
Okay, next scene. I suppose this is a warm welcome for us then. Spooner punches through half of the face of the ominous stone lion. The passage falls quiet once more. These mechanoids are quite old and severely weathered. Some even have moss growing on them. I've never seen a model like this, at least not on Niter. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Spooner continues raking through the remnants of the passage as he passes hunting a rusted component. Inscribed with the tarnished metal are two tiny lines of Kowloon's ancient script and numbers. It's impossible to decipher the letters now covered in rust. This should be the ID tag, installed inside the mechanoid when it was first manufactured. That's probably what it is, but check the other side. Spooner flips apart in Hanning's hand to reveal a bunch of colorful new wires. These were clearly added during a recent modification, and there are signs of older modifications underneath. Not only that, the modifications of each of these mechanoids look different. If all they did was modified, this scheme was rather crude. This must be the work of the Cradle. Maybe we could extract data about the Cradle from their memory shells, even if it's just information about this mountain. No luck, none of these mechanoids have an intact storage unit. In place of a storage unit, they all have a transmitting device. There's no doubt that they are being controlled. A tool does not need to think. You asked me earlier whether I hate humans. I did, but I thought you had your reasons, so I didn't push it. Each member of the church has their unique stories. As for me, I escaped from humans many, many years ago. In that arena, I was forced to fight mechanoids day in and day out by the owners of the ring. I was even forced to fight humans. The audience watched nothing but bloodshed and flying wreckage. That was my only chance of survival. For the humans, I was nothing but a tool for them to satisfy their lust for blood. Even now, some humans will still think that way. The remains scattered here are the best proof. Booner puts down the fragments in his hand and breathes out a heavy sigh. Mechanoid aren't supposed to have cognition, aren't they? Are they? All those years ago, my creator saw me as nothing more than a tool. Two with no need for cognition. Your creator is probably from Kalung as well. Correct. Do you remember your maker? I don't know his name, but I'm pretty sure I'd recognize his face if I saw him. Mechanoids do not forget. As long as we have a compatible storage unit, our memory shelf will forever store the endless flow of time. Compared to mortals who will inevitably forget, this is a rather cruel advantage. I was forsaken by my creator. I failed to meet his expectations, to realize his wishes. I didn't even have a name. The day my maker left Kalung, I was locked away, completely and utterly abandoned. That means he never recognized you as his creation. Huh? Xavier once told me that a maker must name their creation. Apparently that is an established rule among the humans. That's why Xavier gives all sorts of bizarre names to each of his gadgets he's designed. If a maker refuses to name their creation, that would mean they do not recognize it as theirs. Villiers never once acknowledged the meaning of my existence. I don't see anything bad about that. The meaning of our existence doesn't depend on our makers. I would say that for us, our creators are just indelible codes from the past that were engraved into our memory shells. Nothing more, nothing less. It is true that I did not find the meaning of my life from my creator. Perhaps there really is a man-made beating heart in my chest. My maker wasn't my motivation to go out to look for a heart. I was ready when I was ready to do so. And I presume this human by the name of Yo-Yo is your motivation. Well, I suppose. This Yo-Yo also give you your name? No, I found this title in the ancient column text myself. It wasn't even meant to be a name. I've never imagined myself to ever possess a name. But you told me that's my name, and it's a name that only belongs to me. At that moment, for the first time, I truly owned something. Sounds like she means a lot to you. Hierophant once said that each mechanoid had 2 births. First one is when it is assembled, that is the birth of the body. The second is the emergence of its consciousness at awakening. In that sense, maybe Yo-Yo was the key to your awakening. Hanning nods softly as she peers into the misty clouds in the distance, weaving through the rocky spires. Nonetheless, Villiers is still my creator. She gazes at her hands, wordlessly questioning all the expectations and resentments borne by this body. I'll never deny that. Sorry for reminding me of difficult times. I'm not very good at talking about profound topics like this. No, it's fine. You said yourself, every member of the church has its own unique story. What are you? The gentle smile, Hanning nods. I just want to fulfill my past promise first, nothing more. Because I am probably no longer welcome on the Niter, or Kowloon for that matter, anymore. Whether it is to repay the Sage Machina for awakening me, or for all the help I have received from the church, I will eventually accept Arcana's invitation and contribute what I can to the church. The Church of Machina welcomes you. Arcana would be overjoyed to hear that. Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I truly felt at home at the Church of Machina. And I only ever felt that way when I spent time with Yo-Yo. We can talk about anything and crack jokes with no formality whatsoever, or the need to guess what's going through the other person's mind. I suppose that's what family is like. Yes, exactly. Enveloped by the lingering mountain fog, Hanning gazes at the place she once called home. Let us carry on so we can go home. Next scene. Hello. Cough. Cough, cough. Battle Guardian staggers towards Pulao. Its long blade, meant for slashing enemies, has become a walking stick. Oh, like passing behind Will, just before the Guardian is pierced through the chest by a spear. The light in his eyes slowly flickers and fades until it shuts off completely and the weapon falls from its grip. Milady. I'm fine, the mechanoid didn't seem to have ill intentions. But it's neutralized now nonetheless. Thank you. We're just finishing off a few small fires from behind. Bella picks up the fallen sword that belonged to the Guardian and clusters debris from Kalung mechanoids lay in front of her. All these Kalung mechanoids were hijacked, including the Guardians. This must be the Cradle's doing. But we haven't found any hackers. I mean, we haven't encountered anything except aggressive mechanoids. As long as they are still hiding in this mountain, we will find them. Seems like they've not only kidnapped Kalung civilians, but they're also collecting mechanoids for their own use. And if nothing's done about it, they could be a threat to Kalung. Roger that. We will speed up our search for the hackers and missing civilians. Wait. The long blade in Pulao's hand is a standard weapon for Guardian 1. It was designed to be durable to withstand attacks from all sorts of enemies. But this one is covered in rust, and it's had mod with numerous chips. Has any of you rested since we got here yesterday? We haven't. Not when it's our responsibility as Pulao crew to protect Kalung and its citizens. That won't do. Pulao puts a long sword next to the Guardian, and in a stern tone starts speaking to the Pulao crew. Humans have limits. How are we supposed to keep Kalung safe if you all work yourselves into pulps? We don't feel particularly tired, though. Don't need to act tough when it's just us alone. Now the Pulao crew is about to say something but swallows her words. Understood. Let's get some rest then. The dozen Pulao crew lined up along the passage quickly scatters, each looking for a comfortable spot to rest. I'll keep watch, my lady. I'll join you. Pulao leads her onto a tree branch hanging over the wooden passage, and they sit down together. From here, they have a clear view of the narrow trail that they took up the hill, and the mountain ridges amid the hazy clouds nearby. Pulao gets out a piece of candy and hands it to the girl sitting beside her. Just a little something to keep you going when you're tired. Thank you. Pulao crew peels off the wrapper and tosses the lime-colored candy into her mouth. Wow, this is super sour. It's a salted plum candy. Pulao unrolls one for herself and chucks it into her mouth. Sour indeed. You always have candy with you when you go on missions. It's just an old habit. But you don't need to eat candy for energy now anymore, right? I don't need to, but that doesn't mean I won't. Pulao stares into the clouds, shrouding towering mountains as she gently swings her legs. Can't find a view like this on the nighter. Kalung may well be the last place in the modern world that still offers such a sight. I remember that when I was young, my father would tell me tales from lots of different places. Some were of desolate mountains, some of glamorous, magnificent cities, even railroads that span an entire continent. It must have been to a lot of places. I'm jealous. But in the end, he left the Niter. My father left the Niter while I was still very young. He roamed the world as a scavenger, and I was raised by my mother. He only contacted us a few times in over a decade. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't be. He probably doesn't even remember that he has a daughter. As long as you still remember him, you'll see him again. Pulao flashes a bright smile and gives her companion a few pats on the shoulder. I've always held on to the belief that one day we will be reunited with the ones we hold dear. We will. The fog thickens just as the candy in Pulao's mouth melts away and vanishes. Did you manage to get some rest today? I took a quick nap around noon. Okay, I'll let you take over then. Wake me up right away if anything comes up. Copy that. No sooner has she laid down on the dead branch at the distance like a bell begins to resonate through the valley. Gong gong gong. Alert! This is the same sound we hear every time before the enemy attacks. Come on, not even going to let us rest now. Pulao, Kalung, prepared to fight. Is it the sound of the bell? Sleepy. Pulao crew, enemy spotted. Get, my lady, get ready. Okay. Moving on. Okay, bumping that. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, next. Move, please. Won't be watching here, please go up the mountain. More enemies? Yep. Some Kamuris and new dudes. And that's that chapter. May the heavens stand unchanging. 3 o'clock, up the rock face. They're closing in. Up there, right above us. Strike them down. May fate unfold in a gentle sway. Back into formation. The passage they're destroying. They're destroying the wooden passage. Watch out. Shanai, holding my hand. Spiritual peaks, may you find your way. It's so cold. I don't want to die. Don't let go. Hold on. Quick, hurry, please, let the bleeding stop. That won't do. Get the soldering iron. We gotta seal it off. Ooh. May you, dear one, find well-being's embrace. A lady, yes. Casualty check is complete. 3 killed. 2 severely wounded are being attended to. I see, but Shanai. We will find her on our way down. No, we have to. Yes, understood. Let's get some rest now. Copy that. After giving out the instructions, Pura leans against a wooden pillar outside the corridor alone and digs out another piece of salted plum candy from a pocket. Takes 3 tries to get the wrapper off, with her fingers still trembling. Is she feeling exhausted? For a brief moment, she is on the verge of tears, but she manages to hold them back. She tosses the candy into her mouth and falls into a deep slumber next to heaps of wreckage, surrounded by cold mists amidst the verdant peaks. I thought, here, hold your hand just a bit higher, right here. 1, 2, 3, keep your eyes on your hand like this, and lift slowly up to here. Got it? Here, I'll show you. Yearning for winter's touch, atop snowy peaks, snow dances. Your eyes and hand have to move together, except for this last line when they have to part. Don't look back, Yo-Yo, don't look back. The key to this dance is that you can't look back. Let me try again. Good, practice makes perfect. Huh? You guys are still here? It's getting late. Yo-Yo's entrance exam is coming up the day after tomorrow, so I'm helping her with her practice. Oh my, don't be so harsh on your little sister. See, she's sweaty all over. I'm not done yet. I want to practice some more. what I mean, Han Ying. We can let her in without a test if you just put in a word for her. Everyone knows how you've been taking care of us all these years. No, because I know she can do it if she just puts in the hard work. That goes to show that you really are sisters from the same mother. Good luck then, I'll be off. Remember to take a break. Uncle Sai said saved some food for you. Remember to go see him before you head back. I see. Thank you very much. What did the food taste like that evening? It's a taste of being a human. Uncle Sai! Oh, Yo-Yo and Han Ying. Quick, sit down. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Uncle Sai. Oh, don't worry about it. I need to head out on night patrol anyway. Plenty of time to save some food for you. We've got spicy boiled fish, white cut chicken, and eggplant with minced pork for dinner tonight. Wow, smells amazing, and there's a whole lot of food. I saved a lot of for you. If you're hungry, Bears tried to ask for some, but I said no. Thank you, Uncle Sai. Well, kids need to eat more while they're growing bones. Yummy. I'm glad you like it. I'm going to head out for my patrol now. Enjoy your meal. Bye, Uncle Sai. Thank you. Slow down or you'll choke. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Working on the basics should make anyone tired. My muscles are just a little sore, but nothing that can't be solved with a table of yummy food. You'll feel better after taking a hot bath when we get home. Here, have some of this. Okay. I've never tasted anything like that meal that night ever since. Ever since that night, I've never seen her smile again. Han Ying. It's just a dream. Willow moves her mouth around, only to realize that the salty plum candy has already melted, leaving a sweet flavor with a tinge of sourness and bitterness. Coming into sight are the same lush mountains, the same chilly fog, and a path forward that seems to have no end. Boom. 9. Question and answer. Tiny little seed lies quietly in her hand. We're here again. We're just going around in circles. Spooner crushes the pebble he placed on the eaves to himself 2 hours ago. The mountain trails here sure are more complicated than they seem. Your friend might be lost as we are now on this mountain. But we haven't seen any choice of Yo-Yo for a while. Over there, Han Ying. Following Spooner's finger, she sees it over a wooden passage. Just around the cliff is a silhouette of her figure. A human? We haven't met a single human since we entered this mountain. And one appears exactly when we find ourselves lost. What are the odds? What do you think? This could very well be a trap set up by the cradle. But we've been going in circles on this mountain for a while without any lead. So we're going to give it a try now, even if it's a bait. You cannot get your hands on a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. I don't quite understand that Kowling's saying, but alright. I'll leave the talking to you. I still find it difficult to interact with the humans. Yet in the midst of their discussion, the hunchback old man walks straight past Spooner and Han Ying as if he cannot see them. Sir? Oh, my apologies. My eyes are failing me. I'm Miku. Nice to meet you. And I'm me too. Just kidding. Do you live on this mountain? You could say that. It's just a mountain with a shattered temple. Could you tell us exactly what happened here? Do you know anything about the cradle? And have you seen the little girl? You sure have a lot of questions. Take it easy. The man brushes off some dirt on a rock nearby and leans against it. We're still a distance away from the top of the mountain. It wouldn't hurt to take a break here. Spooner grows alarmed hearing the old man's words. Wait, how did you know we were heading to the peak? I don't suppose my guess was wrong, though. That's where people go when they visit the mountain, and it's been that way since only the heavens know when. You have no reason to believe me, but I'll answer whatever questions you might have. Oh, here you go, Han Ying. I'll be hanging around for recon. Hit me up if you ever need anything. And people from Kowloon sure have an interesting way with words. Casting a look at Han Ying, Spooner steps over to the other side of the passage. Han Ying? That's a great name indeed. Now, let's see. What happened here up the mountain exactly? We haven't run into anyone but you the entire way coming up. Well, let's just say some people showed up here uninvited. And I suppose that's the cradle? Correct. They came a few decades ago and took over the Mountain Temple. The Mountain Temple has always been here, except they showed up, and I suppose the Mountain Temple will still be here in a few years and when they're gone. You seem quite familiar with them. Well, I've learned a few things here over the years as a janitor. And what I just told you, I learned them from people. Is there anyone else here? Nope, all long gone. I was just wondering if you ever seen a kid here about 15 to 16 wearing a white cape. I don't think that's someone I'd describe as a kid. I suppose you've seen her then. I saw her a while back when she passed by in a rush leading a group of people. Looking like a boss carrying a giant axe and all. Pretty sure that was her. Says Miku as he points at the passage just behind the cliff. And I'm sure that was her because she was just like you. Like me? Right, and that you're both trapped in the dark and throwing yourselves at fire. People are after delusional wishes that the cradle created, and the girl is after delusional consequences the cradle left in its wake. And you're no different. But I didn't come seeking any delusion, though. Is she who you really came looking for? Sticking his hand into the shade of a tree by a rock, Miku comes up with an apple. Have you an idea why this mountain is called Mount Wairu? I have no idea. The mountain didn't used to go by that name until a little over a millennium ago when a poet named by the name of householder Changwu passed away here. Legend has it that she was just passing by when she decided that this was where she was going to end her life, and so the mountain was named after her. But a name is just a name. What matters is what lies beneath. Could you shed some light on that? There are things that even mankind struggles to wrap our heads around, and it'd be unreasonable to ask robots to do the same. Still, be it humans or mechanoids, we're all emotional beings that belong to the world. So there will come a day when we understand things that we once struggled to understand. Strange how there isn't a single apple tree here up on this mountain, no? With it, the man passes the apple in the hand to Han Ying. Sure, it's tasty. Of course, it's fleshy, soft, and sweet. But is this really an apple? It could be. Well, it still is at the very least. Being every bit as real as an actual apple and emitting a freshly fruity tang, the fruit shimmers with a tantalizing red. But before she knows it, the apple, seemingly having defied all common senses, has grown into an enormous maple tree. Before it wilts and shrinks into a tiny little seed, all in the blink of an eye, and lies quietly in her hand. Wait, this is impossible. Is this some sort of illusion? Birth and death, everything there is in this world experiences a cycle. That doesn't happen at this speed in our world, which means this is all a dream. Han Ying's eyes upon him, and the man, without saying a word, looks back at her with a gentle smile. How did I even get here without picking up a single sign? Wait, is it because of the cradle? That would be correct. I take it that the same happened to Yo-Yo too. She passed by here 3 days ago, taking the path right up ahead. Without getting lost. They seemed very interested in her, so they drew her toward the peak with a very straightforward path. As in the cradle. The man shakes his head, not answering Han Ying's question. Well, is there a way I can find her and leave this place then? That's where people go when they visit the mountain, and it's been that way since only heavens and all one. Past the peak, you'll find the answers you need to all the questions you have. Can I help you with anything else? What are you going to do? Me? Well, exactly what do you think this old man is going to do? Came across nothing but modified mechanoids the entire way, and we didn't see a single human being until we met you. And you had this as well a dream. Why are you telling me all this though? Can I really trust you? That's for you to decide. Truth is but in the eye of the beholder, for a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. The man reaches for the seed in Han Ying's hand and takes it. Let me keep the seed for you for now. We'll cross paths again. And here they are. The old man's body begins to digitalize. Han Ying. Han Ying's been keeping an eye on the scene this entire time, so we don't waste no time rushing up to Han Ying, except when he gets there, the man who's been sitting on the rock is now nowhere to be seen. I'm fine, Spooner. Totally knew we were up against something. This place isn't real. What the man said was true. What do you mean? The man showed me that what happens here can go beyond our understanding how things work in the real world. and that we might have walked right into this trap that the cradle set up from the get-go without knowing it. I guess that means we're in some sort of virtual world. I know how crazy that sounds, but I think that's what's happening. I mean, if this entire thing's been trapped from the get-go, then this is probably a place where reality and virtuality blend into each other, like in a dream. Does it count as a dream, though? Because theoretically speaking, mechanoids don't dream. Our neural circuits that run on minimum power is the closest thing we have to what a human would call a dream. Have you never had a dream? Never. I'd been in one myself until Sage woke me up from it. And all those days that Yo-Yo and I spent together, I feel like a dream from yesterday. Mechanoids and dreaming, now that's unheard of. Everything seems real in that dream I was in. Seemed real. And I probably knew that it was just a dream somewhere deep down. Still, I wasn't able to wake myself up from it. Well, I guess it's more like I just didn't want to wake up from it. Had you ever seen the Sage before then? Or any of her work? Never. The only thing I'd heard about her was that she was able to enlighten mechanoids and give us what they call a heart. Means you woke solely by living with that little girl without having ever met Sage. Mankind's records say that dreams show one's consciousness very vividly. It's only when a machine has awakened that it becomes aware of the self, and with that realization, so that is the heart. You're the first one I came across at the church that describes the consciousness as dreams. And it's something we've only heard a handful of times even from Sage herself. Bruner's words seem to be pointing at the only one thing now. And if you had truly awakened by that point, that's when you had a heart. That's what Cervantes said to me, too, back at the church. Except I have no idea how to prove that, and Arcana had no way to prove this part that they call the heart either. Or maybe that's not something that needs to be proven to begin with. Bruner shakes his head in confusion. I haven't quite wrapped my head around all of these just yet. But, do you trust the man? For what it's worth, he might have just been something that the Cradle tried to bait us with. I don't think he's a fabulist, given his peaceful and insightful tone. And there was something he had actually often spoken throughout the entire conversation, all while we both knew perfectly well why he was withholding something. Strange indeed. The Cradle could have just turned this place into a maze and never let us leave had they really wanted us to suffer. Except the man said, this is but the eye of the beholder. And that to me sounded like we could make our way out of here with whatever path we think will be able to get us out. And that's all we need to do to get out of here. I mean, that sounds almost too easy to me. If we really are in a dream, then I guess it won't hurt to try and get a little more imaginative. Where is the path we were just on? Way along the cliff and to the left. Taking a step forward, Han sets foot again on the same passage that she has been through way too many times. You've been through that path countless times already. Let's just give it one more try. Way done. The sound of a bell continues to linger in the mountain valleys. The previously faint and muffled chimes have now become distinct, possibly because the two have passed the halfway point of the mountain. So, this is the fourth time. The sky begins to darken. The vegetation thriving at the foothills gradually turns from a lush green to a subdued grey yellow as they ascend. After breaking out of the loop passage near the mountain's midpoint, Han Ying sees brand new paths continue to appear ahead of herself, leading the two into a landscape painted in the autumnal hues of yellow and red. Along with the new pathways, endless streams of mechanoids also appear out of nowhere to hinder the travelers. The bell is probably a sound signal that someone is using to control these mechanoids. Enveloping the wooden passage are clouds of snowy white mist, and 1,000-tree woodland stands ahead, yet all are withered and rotting. Funny how fighting in the virtual world can actually tell you how, Do you need to rest? I'm fine, but we've been coming a few hundred meters up since we left that place. We haven't been able to get out of, no? God only knows just how much longer it's going to take before we reach the peak. According to the info we received when we left, this mountain is a 2,000er. Means we've only come halfway. Yes, but it's been about half a day since we got here. Han Ying has been on edge since they ran into the man. They are interested in her. Why did the cradle try to bait Yo-Yo into coming here? From within her memory chip, the past pains her. Cuz was unhappy. The cradle threatened Yo-Yo into carrying out the contemptible mission. And that's what cost Yo-Yo her memory along with her right as a human being, turning her into a construct. Going nowhere. No, Hunning, there isn't. Around you, watch out. Spooner's body gradually dwindles as it disintegrates into the lines of data, leaving the sound of a few fragmented words. Spooner! Hunting tries to no avail to get a hold of this disappearing Spooner. And with it she sees that her hand is disappearing in the setting sun too. This sure is going nowhere. Which is why I'm here to give you a boost. Now you only have yourselves to count on to find the answer to your question.
曲の終盤よ。行きましょう。
Hello. Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo and the Niter. Is this another dream? No, she isn't the real Yo-Yo. This isn't the real Niter either. But where are the two strange butterflies? Why were there two strange butterflies around Yo-Yo? Okay, looks like another butterfly. Butterfly, maybe. And the butterfly has appeared again. If the butterfly is related to Yo-Yo, it could also be the key to leaving this place. Go. Here.
元をしっかりさせないと。そう風林武破。火星水流雲団。隠れ極集調印。
The butterfly. It seems the butterfly in this dream is related to Yo-Yo indeed. But even the Yo-Yo here is nothing but an illusion. It's a stage center of the night, huh?
足元をしっかりさせないと。後方正確追加。火星水流雲団。そう風林武破。足元をしっかりさせないと。隠れ極集調印。火星水流雲団。そう風林武破。
There we go. And that should be this chapter, this episode. Okay. Perma machines. Okay, starts from the beginning. That's pretty cool. I can't believe the cradle destroyed the passage of the man. Let's quite the journey. Yeesh. The cradle's base should be right ahead. I must hurry. Huh? Who's there? Person disappeared. Is this some sort of trick? I knew there's gonna be an ambush. You've chosen the wrong opponent. Get lost. I think there's interesting. No, I'll find out. I'll find the ship. Ah, I was healed. I hear someone singing. And this is the passage? Why am I back at this place? What's with this outfit? More? Yep. More. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Forget it. If I can't go this way, I'll just go another way. Why is the passage restored? Is it my illusion? Enemy hiding over there. It's pointless if you can't hit me. A stone lion? How would a stone lion descend from the sky? Ow, 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 ow. Come on, stop. Oh, it's unlocked. Again? Is this another trick? What is this? I've never seen this outfit before. A band? These guys feel like I've seen them before. Doesn't matter. I'll just take them on whoever stands in my way. Yep, you've totally seen them before, right? Rap rap. Ow. I can't lock on. There we go. Okay, more fog. The stone lion, the passage, the outfits. Is this a dream or an illusion? Focus. Think about the NAC catalog or something. I don't know. And she fell asleep. Classic Pulau. Yo. Ow. Just what's going on here? Huh? What on earth is this? Keep Wow. Girl getting into all bunch of shit. Pinky swear, pinky swear. Hunting and Yo-Yo swear, a promise made, a promise kept, a promise of 100 years. When Hanning opens her eyes once more, she is no longer on the deck of the Niter, nor she's standing on the passage she was on. She's now standing on an unfamiliar cliff. This is a different dream. The sight of the Niter cannot be more familiar, but she knows that is yet another dream. Because at the end of the long avenue, she did not reach out to hold Yo-Yo's hand. Yo-Yo should have turned around and smiled at Hanning, at her sister. But Hanying never saw her face. Fear, guilt, worry, or sorrow. Hanying is unsure what exactly is holding her back. Yo-Yo. Spooner. Hey. Following a wave of distorted data signals, Spooner appears next to Hanying. His eyes look much more solemn than before and remains transfixed on the path ahead. That was yet another dream, right? Yes. Hanying, I think the person I'm looking for might on be this mountain too. You mean the friend you spoke of? Yes, in the dream just now I saw a silhouette. I saw the violent stormy night when we made our escape from the fighting ring, and I saw his name. Ulysses. Only his name? Did you see him? You might have met him earlier. Spooner shakes his head. Still weighing a certain expansion, he falls into a deep thought. No, I only remember his name. I didn't see him. Ulysses is like a name given by the humans from the fighting arena. A name just like Spooner. He was the one who rescued us from the endless bloodshed. He led us through the gates and saved every mechanoid from that ring. We couldn't see each other's faces clearly that day because of the pouring rain, but we only had time to quickly learn each other's names before we scattered to avoid being captured by our pursuers. Just now, it was as if I returned to that night. Well, I felt like I traveled back to the Niter from the past too. I saw things that might have to do with Yo-Yo, but I didn't see Yo-Yo herself. Due self-destruction due to a logic error in their neural circuit. Mechanoids who opt for death, regrettably, are beyond rescue. Hanying recalls what Cervantes said to her about mechanoids that died from self-destruction. All the mechanoids that chose to self-destruct had ended up in a recursive loop of self-contradiction. If dreams like these are sufficient to blur the fine line between reality and illusion for mechanoids. That was only a dream though, so it can't be real, even if it did happen in the past. And this virtual reality we're in right now is something like a dream too. Hanning frantically shakes Spooner's body, trying to help him snap out of his endless thinking. That seems to be a black hole that sucking him in. This is weird indeed. I've never dreamed before. But there must be a reason. You told me that your friend ended up in Kowloon, right? Yes, but that was just what I heard from But that's just what I heard from some of the mechanoids. My sixth sense tells me that he is here, though. Hanning pauses for a moment, but swallows what she's about to say. Judging from all the mechanoids they have met on the way, if Spooner's friend did enter the mountain, his chance of survival is slim. And up to this point, Hanning has yet to lay her eyes on another humanoid hybrid mechanoid like Spooner. Sure, we'll find Ulysses if he's in the mountains. Oh ho! How are you two faring? An old weathered voice enters their ears. I assume that both of you have found the answers you are looking for. Who exactly are you? Marvelous question, but I am sure you know the answer already in the dream just now. Sometimes the answer doesn't matter as much as the question you raise. It might be agonizing to have a question with no answer. Having an answer without a question is to have nothing but a void. You make us enter those dreams. That's one way to see it. Which means that you control this entire virtual space. No, I have yet to gain that kind of authority. The Cradle doesn't let anyone but themselves possess that kind of power. After all, they are a group of children unwilling to submit their fate into the hands of others. Who in the world are you? You have the power to make a stream, but your methods differ significantly from the Cradle's. Surely I have told you before that I am just a frail old man. Then, are you the Cradle? Of course not, but whether to believe that is your choice. Evidently, the old man is still hiding something from them. There's probably no use in attempting to probe the issue further. Have you seen a mechanoid called Ulysses? Wait, I thought you were looking for a yo-yo. Ulysses is someone my friend is looking for. Ulysses, such an exotic name, just like Spooner. Have you seen him? Unfortunately, I do not know of Ulysses. Upon hearing the answer, Spooner looks somewhat disheartened. But so long as you have that wish in your heart, it will be realized in this mountain. After all, this is the place where those who have lost their hope shall be granted hope. That was the creed they bestowed upon this mountain. Is the fighting never coming to a stop? Upon hearing the chimes, the two visitors instinctively ready themselves for a battle. However, with a wave of his arm, the old man signals them for them to react. Oh, it's him. Over there. Let's follow it. Mechanoid stands silently on the passage ahead. Another mechanoid, huh? Oh, had enough of me talking. That's fine. Go ahead and follow it. They are waiting. Is the cradle just up ahead? They certainly are not the cradle. The old man digs out a tiny seed from his pocket and places it in Hanning's hand. You can have this from here on out. A seed? Yes, I believe that it'll come in handy to you at some point down the road. Coming, jeez. Just an old man enjoying his conversation. What's all the rush? The old man giggled to himself as if he were replying to the chimes of the bell. Let's head out now. The final leg of the journey may be the most grueling yet. But promise me to be kind to whatever you encounter ahead, whether it's the truth or deception. Okay. Coming on 1 hour. Let's see, we could probably finish this chapter before servers go live. Miku, here we are. Go this way and follow this path and you'll come across the gate. Awake. Where is this place? The upper passage reach to the lower one. Just follow him. They are waiting ahead. You'll find what you are seeking. Seems that pushing forward is the only option left. Falling from here would be tragic. Should be nothing for you, right? Just maintaining my balance. Let's go. They're all column-made mechanoids. But they don't seem hostile. Odd. Are they talking? Who are you? Why are you here? They live here. They are the truth itself. No, mechanoids won't talk like that. What on earth are they? Child, you talk like that too, don't you? Oh, he really is impatient. Truth has already been unveiled before you. The problem is, you refuse to accept it. Never been on a train. He never came back. They want to hear now. How long?
隠れ極集調印
Laughing at me? Just because of my tongue? They look down and insult me. Yeah, because you're jealous of me, it's your loss. Spin ticket, I was right. Care about the truth, you just don't. Now, I've always wanted to see you, must be tall and pretty. Back, he will recover soon. Are these your memories? How could mechanoids have parents and children and catch diseases? No, you. This is the life only humans live. Like I said, they live here. Mechanoids are humans. Just below the wooden deck along the rock face is a clutter of murky clouds. The setting sun dips into the mountain, a mere blink, and it will vanish. The one who seeks the mountain, their gaze is filled with nothing but the winding path, the steps adorned with moss, and the unconquered ridge. You could see Kalung from here in the past, but the city would disappear from the view past this point. Mechanoids stationed on the deck scatter as the old man finishes his sentence. A path to the edge of the deck is cleared for Han Ying and the old man. Yet we cannot see anything but somber clouds now. Still deeply troubled by the unbearable truth, Han Ying is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery pointed out by the old man. Yep, humans being put in those mechanoids. If all the mechanoids on this mountain are humans, does that mean... That is not exactly true. The mechanoids are merely reflections in the stream of the real mechanoids in the real world. In this reflection, the cradle inserts the extracted memory and data of the humans into the mechanoids in order to control the mechanoids that are in real life. Which means I've been killing humans since we've entered this mountain. Do you find that difficult to accept? I don't know. I really don't know. Anning's voice trembles slightly as her body does. Inside the body of these mechanoids are living human beings. I just don't. Perhaps all of us are just cold, lifeless machines in human skin that commit human sins. No, that is not the same. Anning stares at her hands, unable to stop the trembling. Tool to kill. No, it should have been like this. She only ever wanted to find Yo-Yo, to find the meaning of her the heart, and the soul that to fulfill her promise, nothing more. Perhaps self-sacrifice she so firmly believed in was but an excuse to justify her actions. Nothing more than a cover for her selfishness. What on earth have I done? I guess it's safe to say that anything you encounter here are not humans that are alive. Can a human be alive without a physical body, with only his memories and data? Like a caring parent, the old man gently strokes the metal arm of the blubber mechanoid sitting beside him. Cradle duplicated human memories and data to project onto the stream. At this point, they had already given up all hope and died. They chose death willingly. It was not for the sake of others. In fact, they were grateful to you. Why? Just because they all have their thoughts and spirits doesn't make them any less human, though. Well, just because all they have is their thoughts and spirits. Their hearts, their memories, their wishes and pain. I heard them all. I was there to see them dissipate, just like machines falling apart, crumbling into pieces. The old man hunches over with difficulty to pick up the rusted and jagged long sword. The sword seems too heavy for the old man. He can barely lift it over to give to Han Ying. Didn't you already hear his wish? Not everyone can bear the weight of life. Humans have the right to choose to live in the past, just as they have the right to choose to die because of the past. Instilling them with hope is even more cruel. Han Ying clenches a sword that has all but fallen apart, trying to feel the warmth left by its owner. They can live a life full of hope. Why would they choose to die? because hope is a burden too heavy for them. Hanning cannot wrap her head around the idea. It's simply impossible for a mechanoid to understand such logic. A mechanoid has no reason to reject unacceptable results produced by an algorithm that works with correct inputs. They can live on with even just a slither of hope. Why would they throw their lives away? Don't blame yourselves. There is so much between life and death that even humans cannot understand. There are things you need to attend to that are more crucial than this, aren't there? You can always come back to thinking about these on a different day. You and your friend are still looking for someone, right? Hanning nods in silence. She needs some time to process the truth. The girl and the Kowloon crew followed her into the mountain are in the grand hall of the mountaintop, and they are still alive. Mountaintop? You have my best wishes, dear child. But please, put an end to this dream, even if you cannot save her. As the old man turns around without another word, he faces away from the bewildering, blood-soaked sea of clouds and stained by the sunset. This dream continues. The streets of Kowloon will soon be flooded by mechanoids like these. These mechanoids with their weapons will know what to do, even if the cradle doesn't. And when that happens, the fates that commands the life and death will no longer be in the hands of the people. It means I have to kill the mechanoids and humans to prevent this calamity from befalling Kowloon. Yes. Isn't there another way out? A way to save the souls and data of these Kowloon civilians while thwarting the cradle scheme? What do you think? If there were a way to save everyone, then Yo-Yo could have kept her memories and returned to Kowloon, and Hanning herself would have not died that night after the cradle gained control of her. When you cannot have the cake and eat it, you must make your choice. For a mechanoid, though, this should be a no-brainer. Sacrificing the few in order to save the many is the only correct option. He knows that decision should be an easy one, but that doesn't make it any less painful. No, there isn't. You see, we may have control over certain things, but there are things where we simply don't have a choice. It's time to wake up from this dream. Before you go, keep in mind there is a gate between reality and this dream. The monkey met earlier is the guardian of that gate. Is he a human too? In a sense, yes, but he was given the duty of guarding the gate. He must pass through the gate to see the reality, in order to see Fu Shen. The bell seems to be ringing inside her ear, as its sounds are becoming increasingly solemn and distinct. The bodies of the mechanoids I have gathered on the desk slowly dissipate and finally disappear altogether. It's time, eh? Fu Shen? Yes, it's a very special mechanoid that has a heart, just like you. Unlike you, it believes that it's been living in a dream when it has actually been living in reality all along. That's the polar opposite of what people living here think. It was robbed of the right to dream because mechanoids cannot dream. But aren't we in a dream right now? That's why I can only live in reality, even though reality might be a bit too cruel for it. Resonating through the mountains, the bell chimes grow louder, almost to the point of ear-shattering. Could you promise me one last thing before you go? Although what I ask of you may be just as cruel. The old man pauses for a moment as if to let Hanning prepare herself. There is no need for the old man to lay it out to her because Hanning already knows in her heart what she has to do. Fu Shen, 'tis the name of the mechanoid with a heart she will likely have to kill. Just as she awakened from the dream after having died once, those who are suffering the cruel reality have the right to be in an age of sleep inside a dream. Your eyes already behold my question, but do you have the answer in your heart? Does she really have the answer? No, I don't know. I don't have the power of someone else's life and death, because it's a decision his own heart needs to make. Well, you already have the answer in your heart then. All that you're looking for can be found here. Wait. The elderly figure slowly fades and vanishes. The deck is once again empty, save for Hanning and Spooner in the distance. Along with the chimes of the bell ringing in their ears. They're all gone. Sinking sun casts its last rays on Hanning. Her shadow stretches across the lonesome deck, silently enduring the somber tolls. Rays of dust stain like the blood, the very crimson liquid that once soaked her hands. The vital fluid from Lady Chu that dyed her hands maroon many moons ago. befitting the same brilliant color are the laughter, the screams, and the buzz and deaths that took place that night. Onion. Yes? It's almost impossible to imagine what the Great has done on this mountain. Murdering humans, extracting their memories and data to create digitalized husks, before implanting them into mechanoids. This is a living hell. You consider those humans dead. They are dead from a physiological perspective. The mechanoids we met just now. No, I mean the Kowloon civilians. The way they behave and speak their memories. They clearly are living human beings. Spooner shakes his head. I'm not sure how to word it, but I think the truth is much more complicated than that. Truth might be cruel, but I think we need to be accepted and be merciful about it. Not every story has a happy ending, and we have no choice but to accept that at a time like this. And that reminds me of Ulysses. God only knows how he's holding up. Spooner comes choked and leaves the sentence unfinished. Onion, however, knows that the reality is probably far worse than what Spooner might expect. All that she came looking for can be found here. She's looking for Yo-Yo, and according to our old man, Yo-Yo is safe at the peak. They still haven't seen this Ulysses that Spooner is looking for, and if they are to see Ulysses here, then his fate is most likely already sealed. Spooner, I'm sorry, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Why? Huh? Why do you say that? I think I'm just saying it out of regret, a sense of guilt, or it might be because I did something terribly wrong. Can I really do this? I do not want to be in this beautiful yet hollow dream any longer, but I have to face an even more painful truth to leave. Is all of this really worth it? Her fingertips instinctively move toward her neck once again, toward that enduring scar. On that fateful night, she hurt Yo-Yo. She deceived Yo-Yo and they turned into enemies. But on that same night, she chose death in order to protect Yo-Yo. She was nothing more than an ordinary mechanoid, an ordinary dancer. She did not have the power to protect everyone. She could only selfishly keep her hope safe in her hands. She hoped and prayed that Yo-Yo could live, and that she would one day be able to make her own choices. She died for hope. She held tightly onto that hope throughout that beautiful dream. That was how she was able to continue living in that dream until the day she awoke. I will never deny the things that I have done. Perhaps dreams were never as delightful and sweet as they are portrayed in ballads and lullabies. If I have to live with this gruesome reality, then I am prepared to pay an equal price. Come what may, whether it is a human or mechanoid, alive or dead, I am ready to face it. Leaving the last rays of the sun and sea of clouds behind, Han Ying steps onto the final stretch of the narrow, rocky path. Next scene. 2 more scenes to go. Make it louder. The blaring tolls of the bells shake the mountain at its core, threatening to shatter the slopes at any moment, sending boulders tumbling down. Not longer the melodious chimes they were at the beginning. The rhythmic blares now carry with them wrath and madness. Running is on a narrow, perilous trail carved between 2 rock walls, which only amplified the deathly knells. Even the layer of thin ice growing on the slabs is in danger of being blasted off. Over the ear-shattering noise, Han Ying and Spooner have no choice but to communicate through wireless signals unique to mechanoids. It's also getting more frequent, meaning we should be drawing near. I think there's probably more to it. The old man said there was first made before seeing the mechanoid named Fushan. So I haven't figured out how this works though. Right in front of them is a gate. Beams of sunlight through the clouds out into the gatekeeper standing silently front. No doubt a mechanoid, reflecting sun's radiance, it is a little evening frost, and he is acting as if it has been here since the beginning of time. Travelers, the gatekeeper speaks without moving an inch. Han Ying, Spooner, how do you know our names? I was given the duty of guarding the gates, I must know the names of those who come. We're here to rescue our friends, please let us through. Bell tolls, war warning. I'm controlled by the bell too. I am the gatekeeper, I only answer to the gate. I have to enter this gate. This is my duty as a gatekeeper. Gatekeeper shows no sign of letting trespassers through. Enter this gate. This is exactly what a traveler came before the two of you said. They were looking for a way to leave this world too. Was it Yo-Yo? I mean, Pillow. She also goes by the name of Yo-Yo. Did Yo-Yo pass through here? Yes, she did. Souls of the Bell let them in. But not the two of you. What if we insist? What if the gate doesn't lead you to where you want to go? What if it's just another dream? Would you still enter? All dreams must come to an end. We leave us with no choice but to fight our way through if you refuse the last pass. If you fall silent, he stands there, quietly awaiting the chance of those who attempt to pass. A moment of silence follows as both sides ready themselves for a grueling fight. For he is indeed a gatekeeper, for he is here to keep the gates. Your boss. Key? Looks like you have no clue. You can enter now, please. Wonder what is going on. There's a key for every lock. Yeah, you have the key to this lock. A lock can only be opened by its key. Okay, tiny. Let's see, glowing warm hue. Let's see, the old man gave me as a key. This is all you need to enter the gate. I'm just a gatekeeper. Travelers must open the gate themselves. Okay. Unsurgeon. Okay, everything a dusty white. View changes completely. Flick a moment, treasure's trail. Passes the spirit. All that's left is a tightly sealed lonesome gate and forming half a wall. Might just be another dream beyond this gate. Now you've been warned. This is your last chance. You can still turn back and walk away from the gate. But if you open the gate, there will be things that we need to accept. With the grace, discretion to let anyone pass the gate. Once you open the gate, I will try to stop you from going forward and die. I would rather not fight you or kill you if I could. Burning the gate is the meaning of my existence and nothing would change that. I am sure you know what you have to do. We will all accept our fate eventually. Okay, Hanyin grabs onto the rusty door knocker and opens the gate without hesitation. Is this the world behind the gate? The environment feels completely different from just now. Just like I thought, this place isn't real either. Why do I see another gate here? Okay, maybe the answer is just behind it. Is the push gate open in the end? You seem to be ready. Okay, seems thick. The gatekeeper. Hello. Yo-Yo. She brought here by the hackers. Yo-Yo, can you hear me? Nope. Sound asleep. Is she asleep? Good, at least she's okay. Wait for me, Yo-Yo. I'll take you out of here. And broke all them back up.
高校生活水管火星水流雲だ足元をしっかりさせないと隠れ極集調印そう風林部派足元をしっかりさせないとそう風林部派
Ow.
高校生活水管まだまだ耐えられますそう風林隠れ極集調印高校生活水管 踊りの続きはまたの機会に。
How does one describe the wind? That which carries a fallen leaf and that which rolls in the water. But it might not be the wind that carries a fallen leaf or the rippled the water. So, this is the world beyond the gate. The gatekeeper looks up into the dancing leaves in front of the giant maple tree. Have you never been here yourself? I am the gatekeeper. What's behind the gate is not my business. I have never turned to look at the gate behind me. Or maybe there was no gate to begin with. No, the gate has always been there. You are the gate? You are the one keeping all of this behind the gate. I am the gate? But this tree is not a dream that belongs to me. I am just a fragment. Maybe this dream belongs to the human you. You mean him? No, this dream does not belong to him either. He only wanted to look, one last look at Kowloon, at that ship, and at his friends. Were you a passenger on the Niter? Who isn't? To find the truth, we died on the Niter and were born again on the Niter. For the same truth, we became the gatekeeper, or the gate itself. Maybe you could tell me your name and the names of your friends. Might not be able to make it out alive, but I could still say hi to them for you. I could tell them your story. Names are not important. I am no longer in that dream. You know whom this dream belongs to? I don't know. I know that this tree is the dream of a seed. Seed? Hunting searches for the seed but cannot find it. This is a wish that can only be realized in a dream. The old man's dream? I told you, I don't know. This dream is just a wish, it is not even a real dream. It's too shattered and incomplete to even have a proper entrance. My existence is no longer needed since you have passed through the gate. Will you awaken from the dream? No, because we are already part of this mountain. Gatekeeper picks up a leaf, which, one moment later, drifts back down to the water's surface with the breeze. These autumn leaves that blanket the heavens mark the end of our journey. Now, boss time. Ushen.
Service.
足元をしっかりさせないと。高校正確水管火星水流雲団隠れ極集調印高校正確水管そう風林武派足元をしっかりさせないと隠れ極集調印
Bro, spat out a hyper beam.
足元をしっかりさせないとそう風林武派隠れ極集調印足元をしっかりさせないと火星水流雲団そう風林武派
Okay, phase 2. Command grab.
足元をしっかりさせないと。
He has like 2 command grabs on him. Ow. Ow.
そう風林武破。まだま
Ow.
だ
Ow.
耐えられます。
Still issued.
足元をしっかりさせないと。隠れ極集調印。 足元をしっかりさせないと。高校正確追加。隠れ極集調印。
Ow.
足元をしっかりさせないと。火星水流雲だ。
So much Shine.
火星水流
Shine.
雲だ。
Shine. Shine.
足元をしっかりさせないと。隠れ極集調印。 そう風林武破。
That. Oh. Well. Still go.
これが落としか。我が道へと示せば。
Basically, he just realized that he's been in reality all along. And I guess wants to die now. Oh, dream as light as dawn. The great hall of our homeland is reserved for you. Our homeland is one with hell. Our homeland is the answer to the suffering we endure upon our bodies. I have lost. No, you cannot admit defeat. Get up, you cannot lose. Inside the ancient temple, ragged figures appear one after another. Most of them are wearing similarly styled hats that conceal part of their faces. Each carry a shimmering terminal as proof of their existence. This is not a dream, this is reality. Those standing in front of the temple and behind Fushan are living humans of flesh and blood. You are the cradle. Get up, you can't lose, you cannot be defeated. Noble and dying, you are invincible. I am. The warrior, having collapsed on the ground from fatigue, begins to explode in orange sparks, like an overloaded machine, and as if pulled by an invisible puppet string, it begins to stand up. They're forcing it to reboot, and when they're done, there's one way that this can end. Stand up, remember your calling. You need to win, and there's no stopping. The warrior, flickering in red flashes through the garden, once more. The whispers of the cradle and their keys clatters, muddle together to form sounds like a grand prayer, but at the same time a meaningless hymn. The dazzling array of different colors from the terminals shines upon their ragged cloths of clothes to form a bizarre scene on the stage. Attack, attack, attack. The fighter attacks without so much as a coherent move. It strikes with a force from pure insanity, just like the glorious red light sparkling around it. A figure in damaged armor gazes in the agile figure in midair, leaving frightening gashes on the garden bricks. Hanying blocks the warrior's attacks as she moves back for a brief moment of respite. Before she can take another breath, another attack comes striking down. Hanying, Spooner suddenly emerges from and blocks a heavy blow from Fushan. Skilled at the combat as he is, Spooner so finds it difficult to withstand this unnatural power. Ugh. Slaughter and crush. Your power is unlimited. Kill. The split second that the Spooner is holding their enemy down, hunting Joyce to subdue it. I ask you to. We follow, we retribute. Please, fulfill our wish and realize all our aspirations. Please, fulfill. I won't be able to hold it down for much longer. Spooner, let's get ready to let go now. Fushan lands a heavy blow on the ground while Spooner and Hanyu roll in the other direction. There is only one chance. Hanyu flashes in front of Fushan. She has already closed her fan and has turned into a sharp dagger and is now aiming for the heart that might be inside Fushan. She's probably going to stop if I can hit that. She doesn't even have time to let her memory shell calculate the best course of action, nor does she know how to stall this giant machine. She can only act on her instincts. Complete. Anying! Eyes already behold my question, but do you have an answer in your heart? So, what is your question? I want to know what a heart is. So, have you found the answer? No, I don't know what a heart is, what counts as having a heart, and how to prove its existence. In fact, that is the answer. No, how can a question be the answer? Maybe your existence alone is what makes a heart what it is. Perhaps you have these questions precisely because it exists. So, who are you? I am your question. Your every choice, your cowardice, hesitation, sympathy, sins, and insanity are part of me. I thought you only existed in my dreams. I have always been here, and so has she. This is truly nostalgic. So, what is your question? I will commit sins. So, what is your answer? I already have an answer. Hello there. Who is this? I am probably the witness to your answer. Witness? You can't be. Fushan? A fragment of Fushan? Or should we say what Fushan should have been? Humanoid hybrid mechanoid flashes a worn smile. So this is your dream? No, not exactly. You do know that mechanoids don't dream, don't you? This is merely one of my insignificant dreams. Before I was modified by the cradle, I kept this wish safe in the deepest corner of my heart. Then what is the wish in your heart? That is your answer. Eyes on the target, she thrusts her dagger in, like an experienced but clumsy assassin. A weak vibration travels up the fan into her palm. In the next instant, the vibration glows into a violent disintegration. Well done. Thank you for taking this to life with your very hands. Ah, I remember now. You are the mechanoid on that rainy night. Mechanoid on a rainy night. Are you Ulysses? Ah, that was my original name. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Spooner. But I've hopped out of the prison at the fighting ring into yet another prison. Place without an exit. There were no signs of stars on that night just like this. Only trees and a sky full of fallen leaves. Trembling finally subdues into silence. I hope that you will find the answer you want in your dream. Okay, that's that. Now the last bit for the aftermath. A name lost in hell. Well, last 2 bits, I guess. This is really a good idea. Some problems we must solve with force, but they didn't do anything wrong. They're innocent. Tell me, do you believe in God? God wanted to put an end to evil, but can't, then God is incompetent. If God can put an end to evil but haven't, then God is evil. If God wants to put an end to evil and is capable of doing so, then why does evil linger in this world? If God does not want to and is incapable of putting an end to evil, then why do we call it God? Suffering and evil are the second to last cruelest truths in this world. Second to last? Hereby declare that the cradle has been reborn, and we have taken over this building saddled with hollow faith. This will be the beginning of our pilgrimage to overthrow the phony tyrants that rule over Kowloon. We would like to ask for your cooperation while we borrow this building. Hey, Fushan. Has the cradle told you about the experiments? Many of the apprentices under my master weren't already. They were all saying how they wouldn't need to practice cultivation anymore if we could reach enlightenment using technology. You aren't going to tell me you believe that, are you? I don't, of course. I just want to know whether enlightenment was just another name for truth. I think it's too dangerous. Nobody has returned from the experiment yet. For me, fancy and reality are just two sides of the same coin, but the Cradle offered me a deal. As a friend, I want to stop you from going. I have been searching for the truth ever since I joined the Niter, and I have indeed found it. The cost of losing my friends and what I was supposed to keep safe. Yep, this is Changyu's friend, I guess. I see. So I'm willing to bear the consequences if it means I can save the others. If it means I can help them find their way out of their fraudulent virtual world. I already seen the true and the false. It makes me sad to think that there are those who cannot differentiate between reality and a dream to live on, and the dream is believing that it's real. Maybe it is my destiny to atone for my sins this way. Even at the cost of your life. Even at the cost of my life, yes. Found them. Some parts are missing, but I have Villier's research and the final report sent from our people on the Niter. Oh my, at least they didn't die for nothing. I heard that after the assassination, Villiers put 300 million on our heads. Not gonna happen. Once we get the new debug report, we can start working on structuring the experiment. Leaving this mess for us to clean up, huh? Well played indeed, Villiers. You're going to build that with at least one managing AI with advanced computing power. I guess we'll just have to see how things are as we go now. Got it. Go and rest. You're not a young man anymore. Huh, I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. Be it true of Villiers, Kalong is going to pay for their sins. For the Cradle. For the Cradle. Master, they are all gone. Good riddance. No amount of cultivation is going to keep them here if they can't stand their ground. Master, I'm here to bid you farewell. Oh, are you going to join the experiment too? No, I just want to bring everyone back. Your friend went with them too, right? Yes. No one knows what's going to happen, and I just want to see you one last time before I go. What's holding you back? Is it really okay if I go? Your choice whether to stay or leave. Understood. If the light can pass on its fire to 1,000, then it matters not that one of them dies. It worked! Duplicate and extract human data and framework in bulk. And the core is number 013, a male subject. I think he's from the Niter, but we don't have an AI with enough computing power. We'll have to keep the human brain. That will slow down the computing power a bit, but there's nothing else we can do. If we extract the duplicated human data and combine it with the debug report from the Niter, that should be enough for us to control the mechanoids from a virtual environment. But we have no subject to test this on. But the Niter is in the shoreline, crawling with humans after they docked. Brilliant idea, but when we run into problems with our defense unit, the mechanoids left by our predecessors look quite promising. So, what's going to happen after that? What do you mean? We have pieced the technology together, now what? Never mind that, let's keep going. I'll deal with the mechanoids and humans we use in the experiment. Understood. By the way, are they all dead? They are dead in theory. I'm no biologist, but because we couldn't fully understand Villier's research, we had to kill them to extract and duplicate the data. Are they really dead? The other living world we constructed, is that the same as being dead? What do you mean? The dead don't speak nor think, but they... I don't know. My parents planned out my whole life when I was still a kid. I had every single moment of my life planned out from birth to death, no wishes allowed. My life was hell. No, it was worse than hell. But please, just kill me already. I'm innocent. Shit. They don't give a damn about the truth, they're just jealous. This smells nothing like air. Just, please, I really miss my kid. Those who have sinned shall here be absolved. Those who have lost their hope, shall here be granted hope. Those on the verge of death shall here be granted eternity. They run inside of me as they roar. People derive joy out of their pain while they were still humans. And when their carnal shells perish, they too shall enter the cycle and derive joy out of people's pain themselves. And so too shall solitude, wishes, hatred, and fear forever cycle on. 20 years ago, the Cradle told him that he'd be able to save everyone in exchange for partaking in the experiment. Broke as a joke and having nothing better than tattered clothing to cover himself, but the man had nothing to lose. So the Cradle modified him, turning his brain into a receptor of people's consciousness and using him to control the mechanoids. The man never ended up saving his friends. He met his friends again in his own world, at which point his friends had all perished. And so they lived in the dead new world. Cradle went ahead and dug into his brain anyway, hoping to create a world where reality and virtuality would blend into each other. And from his brain they managed to extract the mountain and its most beautiful through replication and growth. And that's how he lost all his memories. Memories of his friends, his teacher, and even his name. As a gesture of pity, the Cradle told him his teacher's name and the name of his best friend. And the man adopted his teacher's name as his own, out of shame. By the way, did you know that there are no butterflies up this mountain, no matter what season of the year it is? But on that very day when the new world was created, there were butterflies everywhere, up on the peak. I'm going home for revenge. I got kicked out of home. This isn't the home, so I can't. Did I do wrong? I never did anything wrong. Can you hear them? So this is them. Yes, and they have been inside of me. Some were visitors from outside the mountain, some were spiritual seekers, and some were the ghosts of the Cradle's making. Ghosts of the Cradle's making, huh? Hackers enter my body and become part of me when they die. Which is why I can hear them along with their wishes and aspirations. Don't you hate them though? You're the way they are now because of them, and they've taken on so many lives. And they've taken so many lives. I did, except I don't anymore. They have given up already. Time wears memories away, and most of the hackers that are still alive have forgotten their wishes. An eye for an eye, huh? That sounds like something he would do. I'm in no position to laugh at them, but I guess you do. I do? People are animals that live by their habits, but you don't. I am a machine and not an animal. What difference does it make? Who would have been able to tell the difference anyway had the line between machines and humans never been crossed? It seems like you made up your mind already anyway. Sorry? People hurt others and take away what's not theirs to guard and look for what they're after. And you've made a decision because you've been through the pain of being aware of this cruel truth. Out of nowhere, Hanying feels as though the fan she's holding, the unnerving shiver, she's now no stranger to. Oh boy, look at this tree. Have you seen it? I have, years ago, except it wasn't as big back then. The gatekeeper told me that this place was someone else's dream. Yes, indeed. I presume this is your dream. No, it's not. Everything up this mountain comes from my thoughts. And I've seen everything except for this tree. I've heard about seeds of this tree, so I put a shard of my younger self on guard for it. When the man stops by the maple tree, all seems to have come to an halt. Even the leaves that were still rustling in the wind just moments ago. By the way, I understand that I am not the quietest old man you've ever seen. But I was hoping to make just one last request. My guest, I'll see to it. Please tell no one about this mountain when you're back home. We're but part of history, and we'd much rather keep it that way. Home is too far away a place for us to go back to now, so please, speak of us to no one when you're back. Of course, sir. Very well, very well. Pensively, the man sighs a leaf he holds in midair. I was hoping to never wake up from this dream. But I have no idea anymore if this is actually a dream. We might have woken up a long time ago, and there is probably no difference between reality and dream. So please, please end it all. She walks alone into the depths of the Grand Hall. To end it all, she has one last thing to do. There lies the world's cruelest of truths. Her unit room in the wooden attic is dominated by electronic devices of all sorts, having nothing but a single window through which its occupant can take in the world outside. In the center of the room is a lifeblood, clad by a thick layer of dust with her hand, hunting dust off. And quietly inside the pod is a middle-aged man with a calm expression, with probes of all sizes going into his body, most of which connected to his brain. The sight is painful just to behold. Stagnation is the name they gave this medical technology that maximally delays human aging, which Hanning heard about back in the days when she was still on the Nita. And living in this pod is a very steep price the user has to pay. The man inside the pod, time has stopped on the very day he became one of us. It's ironic how you pick the face of an old man when you never age. And how you've been pursuing death when death is the least of your concerns in living in that world. The sound of electricity traveling through the wires seemed to sound through the otherwise dead, quiet room. Electricity passes through the wire that's in Hanning's hand. Now it turns into all sorts of powers that sustain his life. All his memories, wishes, aspirations, and his life, all of these would come to an end if she pulls the plug now. He will die, and she will be his murderer. There just might be another way to help them snap out of this and help them lead a safe life. You always know, except you never want to wake up from the dream. At the end of the day, the answer we hold within us is probably what determines whether we're awake or dreaming. Embracing life and death was their last choice. Choice that she made herself too. The light dims when a cloud of dust slips off, leaving not a single piece of light in the room except for the light that comes in through the tiny window. Good night. The wind and falling leaves utter the truth. Their journey has come to an end. I can see this tree from the attic. I can only see the top of the tree, but it's the only thing I can see through the window. I see. This tree has been around for a few hundred years, apparently. And so on it will keep living. It sure will. Say, have you ever seen a pagoda tree? Pagoda trees are beautiful and blossom. Let's go when you're done resting. And I don't need to try to catch up to you this time. No rush, we've got a long journey ahead. From the thousands of leaves, a red maple leaf falls onto her palm. It is a miserable soul without a faith. The body has decayed, but its soul cannot find the gates to heaven. Pitiful one that shall wander indefinitely before it lands. And last one. I'll come back. Well, last two, I guess. Take this box here with you. Oh, gear. This is a spare part. Right in the side of the outfits that Han usually keeps handy. Just so we're clear, you're not one of us. You're a construct in Hanying, and the rest of us are mechanoids. Well, I wouldn't call it that. It's just a nurse worker running on minimum power. Okay, she's no human. She's one of us. By the way, the thing that you asked, shop owner gave me the other day. Piece of paper with all sorts of weird symbols. But Uno doesn't talk. Should I do the honor then? Sorry, Yo-Yo. Yep, that's it. This is what she kept on saying in her dream. What's the matter with this though? Well, nothing really. Anyhow, are you and Sage really going to be able to fix Anying? Anying's dream is very complicated. Okay. Even then, it's all probably going to take a very long time. Okay, wanders infinitely until her soul vanishes in there. I'm sure she's going to make it out just fine. Okay. That glass pot over there. Yep. Honeying! Hey, here I am. That dream I was in seemed ridiculously long. Same. Am I still dreaming? No, Yo-Yo, you're awake now. It's all over, Yo-Yo. That's good to know. In Hang's arms, Pulao once again closes her eyes and falls into a deep sleep, dreamless sleep. With Miku's last switch carried out, the man has never seen a single controlled mechanoid nor heard the tolls of the bells. Waking up in no time in Hanning's arms, Pulao holds Hanning tight like she did on that night many years ago. Between them, however, there are no tears shed, but only joy that needs not be uttered. As members of the Pulao crew wake up one after another, Pulao directs them to capture the remnants of Cradle, during which they stumble across Pulao members who have lost their lives. Spooner lends the Pulao crew a helping hand, something he rarely ever does. Ouch, easy there. Throughout the entire process, Spooner remains quiet. Then he shakes his head when Hanning asks him whether they should take Fushan back to the church. "I'll respect its wish," says Spooner. Mount Haru is the same old when they're back at its foot, except there isn't a trace of a machine or human. Such a beautiful mountain it is, and you... Okay... Let's go home without any hesitation. Pulao takes Hanning's hand. Okay. Okay. Maybe we just pantry on the mall. See why though? Went to the old pantry to keep the guys because we're busy out of space. Anything else I can do? They not mine. 17 joined us last month. And she really enjoys caring. You did all the time, Yo-Yo? Anyway, dumbfounded for a second, Yo-Yo quickly breaks into a happy smile. Okay. Out of the street, out of the street. Well, I just wanted to say her name. Okay, 20 odd years, and I still catch myself thinking about what they end up turned. Okay, never want to catch on like that. Because you survived living. I mean, I'm going to keep my mouth shut about it too. Okay, well, we don't have much time anyways. It's 10, so we gotta start switching over games. I guess we'll go back and finish this another time. And we'll just leave that as is. So, that is it for punishing now. But now, we got Wuwa to do. So, let me launch the game, and let's get started on the waves of withering. Withering of waving. Okay. Spin. Start. Make sure I add a game capture on here. Good. Now let me just move. Now it's just having me restart the app. Actually being pushed through as well. And start, I guess. RS3. Okay, that's see the thing that's moving. Yeah, the thing is